Wow. Had a feedback loop going. G'day everyone, sorry about that. What an interesting noise that was. I could hear it halfway down the driveway. Yeah, sorry about that. I had a bit of a feedback loop going on. Mental note, always mute the YouTube feed prior. Oh. Excitable boy. Horse is having a run. It's good seeing a racehorse run. It's feisty. Whoa! Wow, he must miss his former life as a racehorse. Crazy boy. Pig rooting, kicking all over the place. Anyway, how is everyone? Anthony's fishy friends. First in the chat, big bucket of kudos in the email to you. He's quite quick, that horse. Scott's Aquatics, g'day Scotty. Anna, how are you? GRB. Seem to be pretty reliable with those warnings. Now, even the little one's just as fast as him. Wow, the little miniature horse was just racing with thoroughbred. Wow, Tampa Tom, g'day mate. How's it going? Derek, 44 Mag Guy. Joel G. Joel G sliding down the list. Crikey. Aquarium Cop, how are you, Copper? Chevy Fish, g'day Chevy. Ro, hello Ro, how are you? Lance Jones, g'day. How are you, Lance? Good to see you again. I'm going to be distracted now by excitable horses, aren't I? Crazy wild fellas. Galar, Dan Slee, how are you fellas? Joe Munoz, Senor Joe. Maria Z, hello Maria. Welcome aboard. Stop looking at horses, Blacky. Dragon Lair, g'day. Streety, howdy do. Chat did the ever reliable scrolling on me. I don't think it scrolled too far, thankfully. Yeah, now they've stopped way down the other end of the paddock. Their keeper has driven into the paddock to give them some food, but I don't know where she's gone. She's probably off looking for the two little cows. Wild. Yeah, over the 2,400 meters, I reckon he'd have it. A little mini horse is going to tuck her out after about 300 meters. Right, where did I get up to? Yes, I'm up to the bit in the comments about the noise and the feedback. Very sorry about that. I put the music on and then wandered down the driveway to check the mailbox, and it was empty. So it was all for naught. Bob Kaler, hello Bob. It's a nice looking little ball python you got there. You end up eating that little fuzzy, or waiting for a second go at it. It can be tricky. I did see in the comments a few people were saying that they were more defensive strikes. So potentially, yeah, by pulling up its hide, you might have put it into defensive mode. And I wouldn't be too concerned about feeding in a separate location with a ball python. Might be different with some of your, say, larger Australian pythons and whatnot. Because they can get aggressive, assuming that every time someone comes to the enclosure to feed the snake or do anything near the enclosure, you know, ball pythons aren't going to tear your arm off on a mistake, thinking you've got food. But yes, can be different with a 3-meter carpet python or something like that. Oh, righto. Yeah, all good. All good, Bobo. G'day, Donny G. How's it going? And Jay's Bedroom. How are you, mate? Seems quite a few weeks since I've laid words upon you, Jacob. But, you know, welcome back. I hope everything's going okay for you, buddy. And I hope you appreciate that video that I sent you this morning, which I know you did because you sent me a message and said you did. What's been going on? Not a lot. Not a lot at all. The world's gone crazy. Humans are crazy, but, you know, we'll push through. Highly adaptive race of creatures we are. Oh, look out, Galar. Face reveal. Then you'll be able to do like that Aussie man stuff. Here's me face. I think even I copied him in a few videos, even though people had already seen my face. But, you know, why not steal someone else's gimmick? And then eagerly anticipate the hate mail flowing in. Currently, I don't have any visitors slated just yet. I have some potential possible probables on a list. G'day, Sandy Doty. How are you? Thanks for popping in. Probably should go over there and, you know, if you feel so inclined, give that little thumbs up a bit of a tickle, turn it into a blue thumb. I would appreciate that a lot. And yes, now I'm preoccupied wondering who the extra human is down the paddock. They're leaving now and the little horse is chasing their car. Sorry, I've just got to describe it with words. Oh. I'm trying to work out where it is on my reflection. Way down here somewhere. Oh, you can't see where I'm pointing. It's not very useful at all. I'm so confused with that. That fence line, that fence line. Actually, it's over. Yeah, right. You can't see that. It's over here somewhere. Did a little bit of catching up on some YouTube videos this morning. Bob Kayla Snake, Black's Aquatics, Thirsty Rabbit, Aquamate. Who else did I watch? I can't remember. Keeps Reptiles. He just finished a live stream before. And Danny Can has turned up. Welcome, mate. I did pop into the multi-tank addiction live stream because I saw Rack and whatnot was on there, but I had members mode on. Did they switch that off or what? Couldn't talk or chat unless you're a member. Yeah, I try and pop into Detroit's live streams as regular as I can, which I suppose is quite easy because he pretty much does one every day, doesn't he? Great guns. Always good information and all that kind of stuff. He's a very knowledgeable man on the shrimp field. G'day, Cody, son. Thank you for the thumbing reminders. How you been too, Donny G? Seen a bit of you on the Instagrams, but not much on the YouTubes. Oh, far out. I have hundreds and hundreds of Festo babies again. And that's about the only magic that's going on in here at the moment, apart from my perpetual. Oh, thanks, Bob. I'll let her know. Dragon Lair, I will say hello to everyone on your behalf. Hello, everyone from Dragon Lair. But, you know, all good. You rest. Stay resting. Wait, why is Bob porn video are you mentioning? I'm lost in my own conversation, perhaps. Now I've forgotten my train of thought. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm still deliberating what to do, how to arrange these big fish. Probably sensible, Donny G. And starting all over again, maybe, if the humans aren't careful. So yeah, we've got to sort something out there before too long, and hopefully before the summer gets back around. Anyway, what a boring chat I'm having today. No Scunch Princess today. She said she might pop in, but she's a very busy lady today at her house, trying to get her stuff done. But I did just say to Bob that I will let her know. So I will do that right now. She must be quite busy though. She's not been looking at the messages and stuff. What could I act out? Bob, you're confusing me so much. G'day, Gaffer Haynes. How are you? I've been Master Burper this morning already a few times, or this afternoon. I don't think I've dropped my guts much. I'll see what I can organise for you though, Gaff. I think they have been caught on live streams before accidentally on purpose, but you know, I don't make a habit of it. Apparently burps are a little bit more socially acceptable than bottom ending. Oh, and good remindering. Yes, good to see, Donny G, that your sickness wasn't that other sickness that everyone's so frightened of. I did hear there's a new strain of a swine flu has been discovered in China also that they reckon could go pandemic. But they're going to say that about every bloody thing now, aren't they? Any tiny little runny nose that starts, the world will be on broken eggshells, or whatever that euphemism is. And g'day, Miles. What's happening? How are you, mate? Welcome aboard. I don't think I've missed anyone else unless I've got lurkers. Hello, if you're lurking. G'day, and I hope you're okay. Chirelli. Yes, runny nose, stay indoors. Something like that. Well, it's so much more convenient doing it that way anyway. Think of all that extra time you've got to do things. And you're also then not subjected to impulse buying and all of that kind of stuff. G'day, Tom Patterson. How are you, mate? Welcome. Hello, Tiffany. Sprung lurking. How are you today? And g'day again, Derek. Welcome back. The stupidly rampant dragon lair, or the rampantly stupid? Or are they one and the same? Who can tell? La, 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 la. I did have an interesting 2 days, actually. I had a couple of nights ago had a phone call from an old friend that I used to work with. Haven't spoken for years, maybe a good 4 or 5 years or more. Had a nice hour and a half long chat, and I'm not really a telephone guy. G'day, Chewy. How's it going? Not really much of a telephone guy, but obviously we had a fair bit of stuff to catch up on talking for that long. And then yesterday, another old friend that I hadn't seen, crikey, probably 10 years. G'day, ugly man. How are you? Probably haven't seen other old mate for a good 9 or 10 years. I turned up for a visit yesterday, so that was a nice catch up as well. I guess lots of people been all cooped up and stuff, wanting to get out and about and get back into normalcy or normalcy, however you want to say it. Normality, even. 3 words all mean the same thing. G'day, Perth cichlids. Jace, how are you, mate? Good to see you. Oh, and there you go, Dragon Lair. If you just copy and paste what Chewy's written, there's all your work done for you. Easy as. Oops. Didn't mean to leave that message up for so long, and now it's disappeared. There it is. Found it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I've just scrolled over Tiffany Medema's name again. First timer, Tiffany? Name's not ringing a bell with me. If it is your first time, big warm welcome to this place. It's been obviously, well, not obviously, but comparatively to some of the previous streams, it's been quite laid back and tame and gentle and quiet so far. Cichlids 23. How are you, Clarence? And Roe has returned. I thought the chat was a bit quiet, that Roe must have disappeared somewhere. How is it going for you lot? Jesse, HC Aqua, how are you, mate? And Punchy Pants Pamela. How's your painting going, Pam? It'll do that, Tiffany, but the more kicks you get in the butt, the more you learn. It's a learning kind of hobby, really. Like I always say, if you're not learning something new every day, you're not trying hard enough. So good on you for getting into it. Yeah, I know, Gaffer. It's just also it's a convenient excuse to, scroll up and down through the chat just in case you've missed something as well. I did see as well when I opened up my StreamYard this morning to schedule this and whatnot that you can now StreamYard from mobile. Oh, have you got the microscope, Tiffany? So you can take your pictures from the microscope and then you want to send the pictures to someone who knows your parasites. Is that what you mean? Because yeah, microscopes can be very handy, and a lot of our aquatic parasites aren't that tiny, so you don't necessarily need the most fantastically huge magnification on your lenses and whatnot. Crikey, I haven't missed anyone else, have I? I'm doing the scrolly thing again. With a rabbit in my neck, not a frog in my throat. Codfather. Who is this mysterious Codfather, Row? Thirsty rabbit, thanks to you. How are you, Thirsty? Good to see you, mate. Pegasus Maximus. Oh, I've missed a whole bunch of chat. How are you, Pugamus? And is it Pugamus for the dogs, the pugs? Because Thirsty Rabbit's got a couple of pugs as well. And you guys could maybe compare notes if it is indeed about pugs. Is that in reference to the StreamYard thing, Gaffer? So you can't just go onto your StreamYard mobile and go via your YouTube unless you are over that 1,000 and monetized. Yeah, I didn't really look into it because I knew I wasn't doing anything mobile today, so yeah. Just a nice dry red mixed with a bit of orange soda. A little bit of sweet orange soda takes the edge off the harshness of the boxed wine. I could almost be a winophile with such delicate descriptions of goon. Chugs, right. Oh, they look well more than puggy than chihuahua, but they still super cute. Yeah, mate, on the goon, mate. I've got some Turkish delight inside, but I was going to maybe sit on that and wait till later. What is that Oscar doing over my shoulder? Was he like upside down then? There's something up in that grassy stuff that he wants to get at. He makes the craziest noise in the nighttime, banging on the glass, trying to get to geckos and whatnot and stuff. Going backpacking too. 2011. You must have been like 13 or 14 then, Joel G. Muppet 929, hello. I may have missed you coming in, but I found you now. What, you can have 10 on StreamYard? I thought StreamYard was only 6. Interesting, Chewy. I suppose Italy and the UK both have lots of ancient history. Be a good tour. Gotcha, Gaffer. Right. Lauren Ashley, how are you? Welcome aboard. Welcome back. Yeah, that's funny, you guys. I'm talking about spelling. I do a lot of crosswords, and most of the crosswords I do come from American sources. So lots of words spelt in American spellings instead of Australian spellings or Canadian spelling, as C23 might call it. And then I'll find myself typing or writing words in the wrong spellings because of how many crosswords I do. That's actually a good question, Bob. You should maybe look in and see if he's still maintained the over the 100 subscribers. No, he's still doing well, and he's branching out into a few different music styles as well. He's getting into his soundtracky, cinematic type stuff. I need a hyphen, don't I? Oh, goop. Goopity goop. Goop. $104 subscribers he's got. So, you know, a couple of extras since the last time we plugged him, and he's not done the famous drop back below once you pass a milestone. Quite often you drop below that milestone pretty rapidly. G'day, fishy fun. Sounds like fun, but not fishy fun when you've got to rectify computery business. Pardon me. Yeah, well, what you say there, Thirsty, is that text is a very, very difficult medium to communicate effectively through, because you might write something from a particular emotional mindset that could be quite normal and plain, but if the person at the other end who's reading it, their emotional state might be completely unhinged from where you're at, and they might take what you type completely wrong and, you know, react differently. So yeah, it's definitely, even though everyone uses text so much, you know, it's still fraught with risk that people are going to misunderstand. And I believe that that's why emojis and all of that sort of stuff are so prevalent, is because they certainly assist in conveying appropriate emotional intent and whatnot in your communication. I mean, it might not be intentional from people to use emoticons or emojis, whatever you want to call them, to actually assist in getting their message across, but that is part of their service and their function and their performance. Dear oh dear. Yeah, but who murdered it, Bob? Who murdered it? Surely hermit crabs are not renowned for their murderous intent, but certainly will clean up a dead one. But, you know, kudos to that hermit crab if it had the skills and the moxie to catch a fish. But, you know, it'll be an interesting forensic trail to follow, Bob, to work it out. Yeah, Oscar and Jag are still separated thirsty. I was saying earlier that I still haven't been able to go through with putting them together because I think there will be too much carnage, and I don't want either of these fish to be affected by violence. So yeah, I mean, sure, it'll make for interesting content and a fun time, but no one really wants to see a murder. I mean, some people do, but not necessarily the people that, you know, they're not going to be happy, friendly people, are they? G'day, Phil. Phil, the soapbox surfer. It is. Yeah, fishy fun. That's a good one is crayfish because they can they're another one of those kind of creatures that can go for a long time and just behave normally and acceptably, and then something just switches in their brain and they just engage murder mode, go nuts. I thought you said what snake options does Arby's have? I thought Arby's might have been branching out with their loose meat sandwiches. That's Arby's is like a burger joint, isn't it? Something like that. We don't have him down here. Whose channel we oh, you want me to plug A Parts channel again, Bob? Is that the one you're talking about? I'll probably do that. I'll find him again. Took me a minute there before. See. Ambidextrous crayfish, Pam. crafty. Go here, do that, push that. Oh, pardon me. I know it's pretty dicey to put links in the YouTube chat nowadays. But you know, I think you can still highlight the text and copy and paste. But yeah, if you go and check out his videos, if you like the sound of some of his tunes and whatnot, hit him up. He's on the Instagram as well. And he's, as a rule, has been quite happy to make and sell music for people for their YouTube channels and whatnot. So feel free to go and check out his channel. Get yourself some A-part music. One of my first fish tanks, I had 3 Oscars and 3 red claw crayfish in it. And it was only quite a small tank. That was generally quite a busy tank, quite entertaining. It was certainly a lot of interesting things generally going on in there. 6 creatures trying to sort out a little bit of territory for themselves. G'day, Johnny Johnson-y Joe. Going great. That's awesome to hear, Jono. Exactly the kind of news I like to hear. That's a really good point too, GRB. I did notice that this morning. What was 9:39, I think? Or was it more than that? For the old thirsty rabbit. I'm going to bring that one up too. Potentially, most people in here probably already know thirsty. Interesting what pops up when you type thirsty rabbit into the YouTube search. $9.38 for the Thursday. Give me a bit of that. And yeah, like I did say, I believe everyone in here probably has thirsty, but you know, there's a link for thirsty. Get on and sub him. Good spotting, Phil. I had to rescue that from my son's house, and lo and behold, the Vader was gone. He's vanished. Nowhere to be found. Someone scored my little Lego man Vader. But yeah, I want to make it a little bit of a goal to get all the Lego TIE fighters and whatnot, because there's some awesome ones out there. There's also some very expensive ones out there. They certainly don't miss you on price for Lego sets nowadays. Oh yeah, Fishy Fun, they get huge. My son's got a couple of nice big blue red claws where their bodies are blue but their claws are red. in a couple of his fish tanks, and one of them is bigger than a human foot. It's quite massive. I would definitely be very interested in getting a big shed set up with big ponds and whatnot to breed crayfish for restaurants and whatnot. Could be fraught with risk at the moment with not many restaurants operating at full speed, but certainly are selling food again, which is a good start. So yeah, like I was saying, if you someone didn't have Thirsty Rabbit, because Thirsty Rabbit's got one extra one now. So, jump into Thirsty's channel, get Thirsty up there, try and get that kid up to 1,000. It's only middle of my day still, Miles. It's only 8 minutes to 1 in the afternoon. So my day's been okay so far. Pretty much just sat around, coffee, couple of ciggies, a few crosswords, a bit of YouTube, before I looked at the clock and went, potentially I should set some stuff up for a live stream. It's what we do. The Roy Rogers Family Restaurants. Crikey. Not far behind you there, Phil. I used to love vodka and pineapple juice. Top it off with a little bit of lemonade. Now, how big do I don't think any Australian species of crays are self-cloning, but I did certainly speculate that would be a good breed to breed for food if they got big enough. What is he going at in the corner? Didn't tear my plants apart. But yeah, I'd be interested in seeing how big. Yes, Miles. It's me slowly gaining consciousness. How big the self-cloners get, whether they're actually a potential food source or not, or whether if they only get to a few inches, whether they're just like a reasonable sized prawn in essence, but potentially tastier. Now, I wonder, because I'm going to top my glass up, go and wrestle a crocodile, and I never bloody remember if my audio still keeps coming through, because I might just play a song or something while I disappear for a wee bit. Open that back up, make that a bit smaller, bring that over here. Let me know if you can hear the sound and there's not feedbacking like evilness. Oh, I couldn't interrupt the last bit of this song. It tells a story, maybe. How good's cellos and pianos together? Oh, what's a 75 again? What's the dimensions of a 75? But essentially, no. Jaguar is still in its 3x2x2 tank on his own. Oh, actually, there is still a bristle. Well, I'm assuming there's still a bristle nose in there somewhere. I saw him about a week ago hiding under a rock. But, you know, without a female jag in there now to pick on, I would imagine that male jag has found that bristle nose and probably eaten him up. But you know, based on how hardy bristlenose and most armoured cats like your plecos are, yeah, the big cichlids with big teeth can still make a mess of bristlenose and other armoured plecos, like the Feste did with the few bristlenose that were left in their breeding tank. Which also then brings me to another concern of mine, moving the Festes into this tank behind me, that my foot-long Gibiceps is in there, and I feel that if the Festes were going to breed, they're probably going to make a mess of Gibbo as well. So I'd really love it to be possible to have the Gibbo and the Jag and the white Oscar all in one tank together. But as it is with the Oscar and the Gibbo in this tank behind me, the Oscar doesn't even let the Gibbo come out of his hidey hole. So I've got to get him some more hidey holes, or potentially swap the Festes and the Gibbo over, put the Gibbo in with the recent batch of baby Feste. The Feste breeding tank currently is exposed to a fair amount of sunlight, so it gets a lot of algae. So Gibbo would definitely eat well, and baby Festes aren't going to hassle him too much. So yes, I've got some serious juggling to do. GRB Creek is quite full. We did have a nice downpour, when was it, over the weekend, just gone by. Pardon me, I have not, being that it is the colder period, I'm not confident that if I took a fish trap down to the creek, what I would get out of it. And the water is very brown, shall we say, quite brown the water is, so I can't see much life in there. Turtles are probably all up on land, buried in the ground. There's generally lots of turtles in there, a few eels, some mullet. But yeah, I do potentially, maybe in a month or so, once we start warming up a bit more, I want to get back down into the creek with a fish trap and see if I can get some more empire gudgeons out of there, or maybe even just some striped or spotted gudgeons, and, you know, see what else is down there. It's definitely on my to-do list. I did film a bunch of video my first bait trap session down in that creek when the creek was very low, and didn't get anything. So none of that footage made it onto the YouTubes because it was unproductive. There was no end game, no results. So potentially soon I would like to do that again. And anything that I catch out of the local creek will quite easily survive in my outside pond. But yeah, they're going back to your measurements of the 75, 4 foot by 18 by 23. Oh, that was when the Jag was out in the back one. That's my only 4 foot tank, is the one that's out on the back wall. But yeah, that's the Jag that was in that 4 foot tank is the male, and he's now in the 3x2 around the corner, 3x2 and the male and female were definitely dancing, definitely making territory. Like, he'd clear a spot in the gravel and she'd come and investigate it and all that stuff. It was all going on. But then she was murdered. G'day, Aquamate. How's it going? And Big J. I knew I saw another name in there. How are you, Big J? Good to see you, mate. I keep missing the live streams. Big J's and Anthony's seem to be doing a few live streams together, but I get I wake up in the morning and I see a notification that it happened like at 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, Miles, there was this whole... I'm going to say it was a month to 5 weeks of extremely rapid development in the social standings of the fish. The catalyst for the change was when I actually put the male and female festae together in a tank, and so had to rearrange some other fish, and I just had some stupid combinations of fish, Oscars and Jags and Ribs together, and yeah, one of the Oscars killed my other Oscar, and then the Jags started picking on the big white Oscar behind me here. So that's when the Jags got separated into their own jail cells. And potentially because the female Jag was still in this tank in a tiny little box, I may have messed with her mind a little bit. I may have created some psychological damage, because she certainly spent a lot of her time sitting in the pot that I wanted them to breed in. So yes, still every day, at least twice, I go through in my mind how I'm going to reorganize them so I can have them all still survive without adding more tanks. I did have a mate of mine who was interested in the white Oscar, and I was kind of under the impression that he had a empty fish tank. He's a guy who keeps a few snakes and reptiles and stuff. Hasn't had fish for a while and seemed really interested, but then turns out he doesn't have a tank. So nice big fish like that needs a nice big tank already set up. But yeah, the only fish that have successfully bred are the festes. I mean, the rivulatus were breeding all summer long, but they both died. Very unfortunate. I think the rivs ended up with worms or a bacterial infection that all of my medication and stuff didn't fix. So that was a shame to lose them. But I have three surviving babies from my rivs. So I've still got some of that bloodline available to me. And potentially when they get a little bit bigger, I might either take them down or send them down to Thirsty to mix with his very, 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 very pretty male rivulatus. Get an awesome bloodline going down here. Yeah, it's very hard with the rivs down in Australia. They all seem to be hybridized and all over the place. My gold Sorms, they still spat out white babies and yellow babies and different shaped babies. So yeah, it's very hard to get a true cichlid bloodline down here. Oh, thanks, JRB. I think I put up a I've just been one new one I put in my Redbubble the other day of a Scunge Princess artwork that is also on the Teespring, but I put the price right down as low as I could go on the Redbubble to try and make it more inviting. Agreed, Bob Kaler. Purple spot gudgeons or purple spotted gudgeons. Very, very pretty fish. Unfortunately, they're not very social, so they can be very difficult to keep with other fish. But because they're very pretty, species only tank, I'm sure, is quite acceptable. And yes, Miles, I've still had regular visits from the blue tongue, but only heard, not seen. They, blue tongues, when they get in and around things, they make a very distinctive sound of them scraping their belly along the ground and through leaves and whatnot. So yeah, he's definitely been hanging around, but being that it's gotten very cold here, he's probably not very active right now, so he's probably just found himself a nice hole in the barbecue cupboard or something and has wound up there. Cichlids Aquarium Keeper, how are you, mate? Won't eat. Your male flowerhorn won't eat, I'm assuming you mean. Don't overdo the food. Check its monitor the shape of its belly. Observe for any swellings and whatnot. Just like, I don't know what you feed your flowerhorns, CAK. But, if you're just doing pellets, just put one pellet in your tank a day, and if it gets hungry enough, it'll eat. But if you certainly observe any changes, swellings, anything like that, weird looks on its face, you might have a problem that you could rectify with some Epsom salts or some medication and stuff. No interest in food at all, CAK. Can you tell us what the shape of its belly is? Is it all sunken in, or is it super swollen up? Mealworms can go in the fridge, C23. It certainly will slow them down. They won't, I don't think they'll continue with their life cycle once they get to a certain point. If you're only talking about storing them, then that's fine. No worries at all. They'll still survive. They won't die in the fridge. As long as it's, only around 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. But I don't think they'll continue to breed if you're breeding them. I used to have one of those little plastic filing cabinet things you see. Well, I think who was it? king of DIY, maybe. Made a filter out of one, but basically just a plastic rack with drawers in it, 4 or 5 drawers. I had one with 4 drawers in it. That I had basically a mealworm breeding factory in all the different life cycles in different sections of drawer and whatnot. Our mealworms are actually quite tasty, Clarence. They're a little bit nutty, a little bit like a crunchy almond, but yeah, certainly not a vile taste. If you haven't tried a mealworm, give it a go. And what's your normal food? Cichlids Aquarium Keeper, what are you trying to feed him? Does he have a varied and mixed diet? Also, I guess another key question might be temperature. What's your what temperature you're running his tank at? Well, Dragonly, you can definitely, potentially definitely confirm with me the taste and the flavour of a mealworm. They're not entirely gross at all, I've found. I've certainly eaten a few in my time. Have you tried, I don't know, you don't have many other fish going. You could try some live fish in there, maybe earthworm, maybe some mosquito larvae, something like that wriggles around a bit and might trigger their predatory instincts or something like that. Maybe it's gone through a little bit of a change in its mental attitude towards life. And that's a good point as well, C23. I have a strange feeling that Cichlids Aquarium Keeper's flower horn has been in the same tank for quite some time. But yes, they are definitely in that realm of fish that will do a little bit of a pouty business when they get fiddled around. So we'll keep that coming, but we'll also do a bit of this because it's just getting boring, only me talking all the time.
Hello,
hey, dude.
How are you?
How do you do, sir?
Pretty good, thanks.
That's good. That's been a fairly low-key, low-energy stream so far.
That's good. It's good to keep things stable.
Stable
Table.
What have you been up to?
Oh, man, I got stuck into a few beers last night. I bought myself a mixed case of 16. Every can was different, and it was a bit surprising.
Interesting. Yeah. I did it the night before last, but it wasn't with mixed beer. I'm always confused by those tester packs of beer and stuff, because generally I've always found that if you go from one beer to a different beer, the next one generally doesn't taste very nice. Like they certainly have a lingering flavour. So were you doing like a sorbet or something in between beers as a palate cleanser or something like that, or are you just going for it?
Well, one of them was a lemon beer, and it was a bit of a tricky one. I thought, oh yeah, we'll go a lemon beer before we change to the next one. And it was called Sobar, and it turned out to be a under 0.5% alcohol content specially made by some indigenous crew up in Queensland with native botanicals. So it's like,
Oh.
yeah, it's a bit of a trick. Like they snuck that one in the 16. I'm like, it's not a real beer. No, it was good to try though.
I was just going to say, at least you can say you've done it now.
Yeah.
Give it a burl, and I'm assuming that company might potentially be making a beer like that for valid social reasons even potentially.
Yeah. And I've been harping on to my family for years, saying, wouldn't it be great if indigenous cultures who have alcohol problems in their community, if they brewed their own beer for themselves? And fucking, it's already been happening. I'm just been pissing up the wrong tree.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Pardon me. No, it's good
How's
to see.
the fish going today?
They're still there. They're still gilling, breathing, and all that stuff.
Gilling.
Lots of Feste babies. I was just having the discussion about my quandaries regarding juggling still.
Right.
Still in a absolute stir about where I put who and all that kind of stuff.
Old Oscar's still in his place.
Yeah, but like now that the Feste's new babies are out and about swimming around, I'm feeling a little bit pushed that I have to make a decision, and I have to decide really soon to move them before the Festes go breed again and want to kill all their babies again.
Tough calls.
Yeah, indeed, and almost 50% of my potential decisions will involve violence towards some fish. So I really want to avoid that. As entertaining as fish violence may be, it's still going to hurt to watch some fish that I quite enjoy succumb to violence. And welcome back, Roe, and g'day, Aquaballs, George, and Peplin. How are you, Pep? Welcome in, peeps. So yeah, I've got like I said, decisions to be made. But yeah, it's all about considering the ramifications of those decisions that I make.
Yeah, you got to live with your decisions.
Yeah. Might have to get a nice big tank out at your house and put the big white Oscar out at your joint.
Oh, I'll be going away hopefully soon. Back on the road
to work.
again.
Yeah, nice.
Back to work. Might have to do some sneaky streams on the road.
They're always fun.
Yeah, on tour.
Ro asking if Griffin's still in here was I actually didn't see Griff show up. But hello, Griffin, if you are in here. What else?
I'm going up to Wollongbar next week, and might go to the pet shop there and see if they've got any new swords. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I've been in Wollongbar quite a few times over the last few months, and the first time I went into that fish shop, say 7 or 8 months ago, I was like expecting more. Maybe they have sure a lot of pet shops nowadays are heavily focused on dogs and cats and whatnot, and your other little warm fuzzy ones. But I kind of expected they'd have a slightly larger fish section than they did there. Oh, g'day, Cruz Shredder in the house, or Shredder. I like to call him Shredder. So yeah, I mean, they probably. I think every time I've been in there, they've always had, your good standards like your goldfish and a few of your different live bearers like your platies and your swords and your guppies and whatnot. But it's certainly not. It's not a destination fish shop to go to look for something a little bit left of center.
Nah, it's just the basics.
I nearly bought some swords the other day. Where did we go? We were up at Tweed Heads, myself and Scungy.
Yeah.
And we went to the pet barn that's just near Bunnings there.
Yeah.
And they had some really pretty swords. They had this gorgeous black and orange male sword in there. But they also had a dead sword on the bottom of the tank and like 2 or 3 other ones that were all bendy spines and stuff like that.
Oh.
And I was like, fuck, I'd like some extra swords, but any swords I buy from here are probably going to be quite ill.
Yeah, that's no good.
G'day, Griff. How are you, mate? But yeah, it was a shame that the male swordtail that I like really enjoyed the look of. He was also, he didn't look physically wrong, except for the fact that he was on his belly on the gravel, sitting there looking really lethargic and stuff like that.
Not happy. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh, could have done that, but and then there was a few. Like they had black neon tetras at a good price, but there was other fish in with the black neons that didn't look healthy.
Right.
And they, what was the other one that I was looking at? Anyway, there was other tanks, and it was like, yeah, those fish look nice, and that price is really good, but there's so many dead fish in all of these little tanks that, the potential there for bringing a sickness home into my tanks was too much. Yeah. It's quite annoying. Timing.
That's where the smaller shops are definitely better places to go.
Yeah, well, I guess that pet barn, like it's a really big store, but you're lucky if you see 2 staff members in there,
Yeah.
And it's like if you got one person standing at the cash registers and one person running around the store trying to help whatever customers are in there, unless they're going in there an hour before the shop opens, there's not a lot of tank maintenance and stuff happening.
Oh, I've just reached into my bag of treasures and I've pulled out a Stone and Wood Pacific Ale.
That's a fruity one, isn't it? From memory.
Yeah, that's the local, quite hoppy floral notes.
Yeah.
But I know it's good. The other one's surprise.
Oh, yes, Griffin's ears must have been burning. Heard everyone talking about him and then turned up. Oh, that's right.
Cheers.
Cloudy. Nice. Yeah, can honestly say I'm not a fan of the your fruity flavored beers. And that's like I think the RSL had that Pacific Ale on tap for a little while. And I tried one of them and it was a little bit too fruity and flowery for mine.
Oh, it's good.
But yeah, the other day I was on a live stream with Aquamate and Blake's Aquatics, and they're both VB drinkers.
Right.
And I was thinking because they were talking about VB and whatnot, and I was thinking, a lot of people up here will talk shit about VB and say how bad a beer it is, but I was always like, I don't have a problem with it. It's quite decent as far as a standard beer goes. And so it was just sitting there in the back of my mind, and I'd already been through. I went into the bottle shop probably to get some wild turkey or something. And dude in front of me was buying a box of VB. And so I'd left the store, but by the time I got back to the car, I feel like a VB. So I went back into the bottle and got a tally of VB, and I quite enjoyed it. I don't think I've ever enjoyed a VB as much as I enjoyed that one. It's quite nice.
Okay. Nice and fresh.
Mm.
GRB, the business is pretty much fucked at the moment, but we got our first appointment since the lockdowns next week. So we'll wait and see how it goes. We're getting a delivery between now and then. New stock coming in from Indonesia. Should be good.
Where are you traveling to?
Just up to Wollongbar.
Ah, right.
Yeah, there's a shop there that we see. They contacted us and said, hey, can you come up and visit us? And we're like, well, fuck. You want to see us? We'll get on the road. No worries.
Nice. Yeah, I kind of I like Wollongbar a lot more nowadays than when I was growing up. It's quite a eclectic collection of humans there now. They may be sort of where Mullumbimby was 20 years ago with their decent humans and stuff. And sure, they've got a homeless problem and some other social issues as well, but essentially they don't have a lot of fancy city folk with all their money wandering around thinking they're top of the world.
Yeah.
Give them, that'll be 10 years' time for them.
Yeah, bound to happen.
Yeah, but there's still lots of reasonably priced property and houses and stuff up there. Decent price rentals compared to here. But yeah, I quite enjoy that town. Don't mind it at all. I'm going to go and wrestle a crocodile real quick. Hey, Alien World Aquatics, how are you, Scott? Hope you had a good birthday, brother. I don't think I've spoken to you since your birthday, mate. Well, I'm going to go and do a celebratory wee for Alien World Aquatics down here.
Alien World Aquatics. Man, have you got alien fish? Man, what's up? Just woke up, cracking a beer. That's the way to do it in Australia. You know, Wednesday's really important day to drink. Groom Lake. Ah, I've heard of Groom Lake. Nice one. No wonder you called Alien World Aquatics, man. Yeah. Hotspot. I was a big fan of the old X-Files when I was younger. Great viewing. I was just reading that Alien World Aquatics is out at Groom Lake. Which
is what?
He's out at Groom Lake, which is like near Area 51.
Yeah.
Nevada? Am I right?
Well, Alien World Aquatics is in Maryland.
Okay.
So yeah, potentially you're being fed stories, brother.
Okay. No, he's from Maryland. Whoops.
Does that also, with your previous question, statement there, Scott, about being very broke right now, does that mean that dojos and whatnot are still shut? Not letting you train any kids right now? Because, Alien World Aquatics' job is a karate instructor, I believe, is the martial art that he's chosen to invest his life in. I could be wrong. It could be Hapkido or Taekwondo or Kyokushin. But I'm pretty sure he's a karate instructor. Excuse me. I meant to turn away from the microphone, not at it when I cough. Yeah, so I can only speculate unless Maryland's not as strict as, say, California. That yeah, he probably can't earn a crust right now because he can't go and stand in a room of kids to teach them fighting.
He said he's retired from teaching.
All right. Well, you were. I know that we had quite a couple of discussions on how that job was doing your head in. So, you know, change is as good as a holiday, and it's much better for your brain. If you're not enjoying something, you're only doing yourself a disservice by perpetuating it. What was my story, Aquamate? I don't even. My short-term memory loss has gone crazy. I can't even remember what I said 4 minutes ago. Maybe I need to do like a voice to text straight into a text document for the whole stream, so I can be recording every single thing that I say, so I can refer back to it if my memory's so poor. Ah, right. Yeah. Yes, I provide all of the facts for a story, and then yes, have all of my facts renounced. Is that a proper word?
Fact check.
Oh yeah, I got fact checked. All right, fact checked with a sick burn.
Hoo-hoo.
What else is going on? You sort out your fails, Aquamate. I watched your fail video this morning, and I believe I commented something along the lines of, you know, fails are opportunities to learn, which is something similar that I was saying to Tamara, was it, that was here earlier, saying that she's just a reasonably new fish keeper and it's kicking her in the butt. But you know, the more kicks you get in the butt, the more opportunities you got to learn. Oh, good old Joshua Michael in the chat again. We love that guy.
Gotta say hello sometimes when you're talking. Gotta use the chat. It's easy that way. I found out, I think it was on Sunday night, that there's already a YouTube streamer called Mr. Beast. So I don't want to be stepping on people's toes. I might have to change that Beast moniker.
Did you
yeah.
Did you happen to notice his amount of subs and stuff as well?
Yeah, it's huge.
He is very huge. He had a live stream not long into the pandemic thing where they were like doing all these fundraising challenges, and there was over 500,000 people watching the live stream.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, man. And he had like other quite well-known YouTubers as well on the stream, and they're just raising a shit ton of money for, I don't even remember what they were raising money for, but yeah, that Mr. Beast, he's a quite a huge channel. And yeah, 500,000 people plus in a live stream. Crikey. You wouldn't get much response to your hellos and your chat in the text chat for that many people hanging about.
Yeah, it'd fly fast, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there is in the YouTube chat, when you've got lots of people in, you can switch on this thing called slow chat. I think it's called
Okay.
slow chat, where you can only do one message in the chat every 2 minutes, I think. So you type a message in and then you've got this little timer that counts down the 2 minutes before you can actually type again.
Okay.
That can get quite annoying if you get involved in more than one conversation at a time, trying to squeeze all of your thoughts into one sentence for a 2 minute period.
Yep.
Hello, Priscilla. How are you going? Welcome.
Oh, we're reaching into the magic bag, and what did we get? We got a Modus.
Wow, that's a fancy looking can.
Modus operandi. Coming out the railway.
Yeah.
Beer first, no shortcuts. That's our modus operandi. Oh,
And
we'll see how it goes.
They're calling it an XPA, not an IPA.
Yeah, it's an extra pale ale. It's got the little black
logo on the pull tab.
Yeah, fancy.
Crikey.
Let's see how she goes.
That's some fancy packaging, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it smells like that stone and wood.
I've got a dodgy neck as well that I keep forgetting about. It is getting better, but I've pulled something in my neck. It looks a little bit like the stone and wood as well.
Ooh, it's bitterer.
Bitterer.
Yeah.
That might be the X in the XPA.
Yeah, extra hops. It says it's low calorie. Does that mean it's low alcohol? No, it's not too bad. 4.2%. Oh, well. Yeah.
That's
don't like it so much. Drink it faster. Yeah.
I was just going to say anything that's like lower than 4.6, you just drink it quicker.
Yeah. Boom.
Have you seen the full top tab pull cans?
Yes.
I have not. What do they entail? Like the whole top comes off?
The whole top comes off, and you've got a big ring. Yeah, big hole.
Like a can of baked beans or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jesse. I quite enjoy a bitter beer, but if you've, like I was saying before, if you're dancing around between beers, you go to a bitter beer after drinking a sweet fruity beer or something, then that bitter beer is going to taste, 3 or 4 times as bitter than it actually is. And have you seen that miracle fruit? Have you heard of that?
I've got a tree, but
yeah, right. Yeah, we found some small trees in Bunnings the other day, and I was tempted to buy one because I'd not heard of it. And Sarah was explaining to me that you eat the fruit, and whatever you eat afterwards for a wee while tastes really sweet and nice.
Yeah, your tongue goes on a trip.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. I might have to get some fruit off you. When does it fruit?
I need another one. They need to have a pair to pollinate to make berries.
Yeah,
I
right.
did have 2, but one of them didn't thrive in its position, and the other one did work out pretty well. So it flowers now. It's about 7 years old now.
Can you manually pollinate them?
No, they're I think it's called heterogeneous, where you can't actually pollinate from the same
need
plant.
one of each sex.
Yeah, or not necessarily one of each sex, because they have both sex parts on the flower, but it needs to come from a different plant that's genetically non-cloned.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like I can't just take a cutting from this one and clone it off and make a new one. I've got to get a different plant grown from seed.
Yeah, right. I think olives work that way too, don't they?
Potentially, yeah. A lot of plants are like that. But the Miraculin's pretty fun. You can put the berries in the freezer too. They'll last quite a while, like at least 6 months. Not as effective as fresh fruit, But yet eating a wedge of lemon or even like a little shot of vinegar, it just tastes sweet. It's amazing. Yeah.
That would probably make a good video, doing miracle fruit and then trying all of these ridiculously sour things afterwards to see what happens. That vinegar would definitely be a good test, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it tastes like sugar water.
Very, very keen to try that. G'day, Lefty. And clearly thanks need to go out to Aquamate for picking up the slack where YouTube is leaving off. I mean, but realistically, I do stream at the same time every week, so I don't understand why you don't have it penciled into your diary already, Lefty. Goodness me. And yeah, it's certainly been a chilled stream so far, Lefty. There's been no hijinks or shenanigans, even though shenanigans was used in the description of this video.
Shenanigans.
It's been quite a chilled out stream. But yeah, I potentially 2 nights ago, yeah, night before last, I may have had 7 or 8 wild turkeys too many. Woke up on my bed when the sun was rising, the TV was still going. I had to go back through Heroes and try and find where I was actually up to. It's a shame smart TVs aren't that smart that they can work out when you fall asleep watching a show and take you back to that exact point instead of just taking you back to the point where you switched it off. But it only took me about 10 or 12 minutes last night to find out where I was up to. And yes, that's right. I said Heroes. I'm rewatching the Heroes TV series, which was quite cool. And there goes my neck again. Rewatching Hell on Wheels with Sarah, which is a pretty interesting show as well, about the railroads in the US and A in the 1800s, and the building of the race to get to the Pacific from the East Coast first. Very, very cool show. I enjoy it a lot. And Deadwood, I've got to go back and watch Deadwood again, but it's only streaming on Stan down here, so I don't have Stan. I might have to go and get the DVDs of that one.
Brunswick Heads.
Could definitely be on the cards. Yeah, we did. Like, Sarah's got Stan, and we started watching a bit of Deadwood the other night, but I was doing a count, a running tally of a certain word that they use quite frequently on that show. That one, exactly. Yeah.
Our Swearingen. What a legend.
Yeah. Yeah, Ian McShane, he's a great actor.
Yeah.
He's such a good character in that show as well. But yeah, I think I got to about 12 or 13 before Sarah disappeared and wasn't watching anymore. And I didn't know whether it was because of the language or just not into it, or she might have just been tired or something.
Has anyone seen American Gods?
No, I can't say I've seen that show.
It's got Al Swearingen as Mr. Wednesday. It's fucking awesome. So fucking awesome.
What's the premise?
Well, as America started to become a colony and attract a lot of old world influences all coming in at the same time, along came some old gods from all over the world to live out their days in America. And Mr. Wednesday is a sort of cover story for Odin. Not to do any spoilers, but it's pretty obvious from the start. that we're talking about Odin here, and Odin needs some backup to do a mission because some of the newer gods, like the god of technology, the god of the internet, the god of TV, these new gods that we've been giving all of our attention to are trying to stage a coup and wipe out all the old gods, and the old gods aren't having a bar of it. They're doing their part to bring back some respect and some little bit of belief, because that's what they survive on. They need belief, otherwise they just basically die and fade away. So one of the coolest characters is Anansi, who's a spider god who came over on a boat and did some wild shit. But no more spoilers. It's just a fucking great story. I think Neil Gaiman wrote the original American Gods book, which I've read, which was really cool. But the series is stretched out. Neil Gaiman's awesome, yeah.
His combined collaborative effort with Terry Pratchett. Was it Good Omens?
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
No, that's a great show. Like I read the book, and the show was it was one of those ones where the television version was just as good as the book, the way that they took it and stuff. Sometimes obviously TVs and movies ruin the books, but Good Omens was it Good Omens? Was that?
Yeah, Good Omens. It's on
that was
Amazon.
Yeah, that was very good show. Is your American Gods one? What's the platform that appears on?
I've been hiring it from the Brunswick Heads DVD store.
Right.
Because I've got no idea which streaming service picked it up, but it wasn't Foxtel. But yeah, fucking rad. Like, such good imagery, really good story. Can't fault it at all. You know, it's just really engaging. You want more of it, and I want the story to wrap up, but I think they're just gonna keep milking it, you know.
Right.
Series, but you know, we'll wait and see for season 3 whenever that comes out. Hopefully it will sometime soon.
Speaking of Odin and the Norse gods, did you ever see the TV show The Almighty Johnsons?
Yeah,
that was a very cool show.
It was decent, but it was a bit cheesy.
Oh, certainly had cheesy moments, but you know, it was made in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit cheesy.
But yeah, there was certainly some very cool moments in that show, and potentially it was, you know, the fact that it was New Zealand accents the whole way through the show that just keeps you glued to the screen.
Yeah, Aquamate, we still have a DVD store in one of our suburbs closer to the coast. It's still going pretty good. They cut their floor space down by half, which sucked. And some yoga studio, not that we needed another yoga studio in the area, but they opened up about a week before the lockdowns, and they shut down shop. And yeah, it's still there. It's still going pretty good. They sell off DVDs pretty quickly to keep the floor space, but when it comes to the TV series, they're still making a fair decent amount of money hiring off the DVDs. Not everyone wants to sign up to stuff, so yeah, it works getting hard copies.
Well, I guess essentially they probably knew fairly early in the piece that you know, it wasn't going to be a major money making scheme renting out DVDs, so they've probably got a side hustle or two going on to pay the bills.
Yeah. My neighbor Yako's. My neighbor just popped into the chat.
G'day, Jacopo. Am I saying that right?
Jacopo.
And he's already got the thirsty rabbit speak down. You.
He's been up here for a while.
What else? I'm trying to think what other shows. I'm a bit like Sarah doesn't like it when we start a different show without finishing a previous one. But I've generally got 3 or 4 on the go at once, and I find it very similar to my mum says that she's a bit of a book reader, and in each different room of the house, she might have a different book going at a time. And if she's in that room, she might sit down for 5 or 10 minutes and have a bit of a read of whatever book she's got going. And I find myself a bit like that with TV series, that I can quite capably watch more than one at once. So yeah, I think I've got about 4 or 5 different ones going at the moment, depending on, where the mood takes me at the time. G'day, Ty Hunsicker. How are you, Ty? Welcome. But yeah, I also started watching Gotham. Pardon me, which is okay. It's all right as well. Good. Lots of good backstories on the heroes and villains of Gotham City. G'day, Kendall, Autocritic Aquatics. How are you, mate? Me and Beast have obviously both hit the burp zone. We're cutting the burps like mad.
Coming to the burping zone.
Burpy zone. Oh, yes, and good remindering as well, GRB. Thirsty Rabbit, rapidly approaching 950 subscribers on his YouTube channel. And also, simply by association, rapidly approaching 1,000 as well. So if you're not onto Thirsty Rabbit, thanks to you. Let's assist Thirsty in getting that 1K mark, so he can live stream from his mobile phone and all those other good things that 1,000 brings.
I just checked up in the chat, and Alien World said that his wife's a bit of a sniper with the air rifle. Jeez, man, I'd love to get my hands on one of those air rifles. That'd be awesome. Do target shooting. Good fun.
I've got 2 here. One of them needs a bit of a seeing to by a qualified technician, I think. Doesn't work so much as well anymore as the other one does.
You still need a license for one, though, don't you?
Yes, you do. Yeah. In Australia, you need licenses for all firearms.
But it's easy if you're on a rural property, I think.
Also, easy when you've got a parent who is a licensed firearm user and has a gun safe and stuff.
The lockup, yeah. Yeah, I remember all that. All right. I'm reaching into my bag of tricks. What will we get?
Ooh, this is getting to be the most exciting part of the stream, what comes out of the bag of tricks.
We've got a Beer Farm IPA. What's it say? A well-balanced resinous ale.
Resinous? Like as in resin that comes out of a plant? Or
yeah, a shipload of hops.
Crafty.
Yeah. Let's see how she goes. 1.7 standard drinks. Whoa. It's a strong one.
What's that? Like 5.5%?
Yeah, 5.6%. Awesome. Let's see how she goes.
I'm guessing it's not going to be as floral and potentially not as cloudy.
Oh, it's amber. I don't want to fuck this up, but here we go. Look at the color of that.
Nice and dark.
Oh. Yum.
Good.
Yum.
Well, do you want to hold the original product up to the camera again? Beer Farm.
India Pale Ale.
And is this another locally produced beverage?
This one is made at a suburb called Metricut in Western Australia.
Wow, it's come a long way.
Yeah.
Well, I often wonder if you get those variety packs from the bottle shop, do they actually have all of those brands available in 6-packs or boxes and stuff? So
No.
yeah, you might really enjoy one of those beers out of there, but then not be able to go back and buy a sixer or a carton of it.
That was my hesitation of buying the mixed the 16 pack, 12 pack, no 16. I was like, I'll never be able to get it if I like it so much. But then I just got to buy another mixed box and go to the factory again.
Yeah. Just keep buying the multi-packs until you've got 6 of the one you enjoy.
Yeah, fuckers. Oh well. But the sober one, that was sneaky, man. Sneaking in an under 0.5% beer.
Mm.
Fuckers.
What are they trying to do to you?
Oh, I should have kept it and sent it to my dad. He's a teetotaler. Doesn't like to drink too much. He would have really enjoyed it, but nah. Still needed to try it myself. If I get another mix 16, I'll send it to him. Say, yeah, Dad, here's a special indigenous beer. Sober.
Mediterranean killifish. They've got killifish up there. Might have to check that video out later, Chewy. I do like a killifish. I don't have any of them myself. I have had in the past, but I don't at the moment. Clearly, all of my tanks are devoted to keeping cichlids from killing one another at the moment, which is not necessarily succeeding that well based on deaths and whatnot. Anyway, my overactive bladder and need for a top up is going to make me stand up and walk away again.
Hello, Anna. Anna's hobbies. What are you into? What sort of fish do you do? Or is it a different hobby other than fish? I mean, a person can have many hobbies. I'm always interested in hobbies because it's something that I've got a lot of, but some people don't have any fucking hobbies, and I really wonder, haven't you engineered your life to have a little bit of spare time? Like, you've got to have something you're interested in. That's it can't be life if you don't have stuff that you're interested in apart from work. You know, life can't just be work and sleep and rest. You need to have fun. Fun is important. Aquamate, yeah, I've got a bowl of swordtails. I will show you the bowl. And that bowl has no filtration, no aeration, no electricity going into it whatsoever. They season out, it's outside the house, like I'm sitting on the back veranda, so there's my garden. And they get cold in the winter and become less active. They season quite well, and then in the summertime they get really active. The plants that I've got in there at the moment is just a Lodia, which is illegal in New South Wales now, I think, and a tiny amount of duckweed. I need to replenish the duckweed because it has heme in the roots, and the fish like to snack on it if they haven't been fed in time. So swordtails have been going for 7 years now. I occasionally buy a new one to pop in the gene pool, but half of the 24 that are in there are still orange from 7 years ago when I put my first pair of males and a female that I got in early beach and I popped them in the bowl, and they've been happily breeding ever since. And Dragon said the quartz has worked in his tank. Well, good shit, Dragon. You got to understand that the mineralogical power of actual good minerals in your aquariums not only looks good, but it enhances the fish's reality. You know, they're getting funky crystals to hang around with. It's awesome. But quartz is pretty high on the inert factor. It's basically glass. So quartz isn't going to do much for the pH balance or whatever. you need to get something that's softer like a calcite to really see some alchemy go on in your tank.
Well, quartz just doesn't just break down, does it? It needs a physical interaction, like water smashing on it to break it down and stuff, does it? It doesn't actually just dissolve in water.
Quartz is effectively glass. It's silicon dioxide. So if it doesn't eat away at your glass, like, and I think that there might be some extreme fish out there that like really acidic volcanic situations, maybe that glass wouldn't survive in, but I doubt it. If something's eating at your glass, the fish aren't going to live very long. So yeah.
GRB is champion of the links today. Well done, GRB. You've certainly earned your paycheck this week, brother.
Thanks, man.
Oh, I changed beverage too. I was jealous of your colours, so I went with a colour similar.
The soda.
Yes, I was at that stage at the bottom of the bottle of turkey that I was like, oh, I can just pour a normal size shot, but then I'm only left with a tiny dribble in the bottom of the bottle. Bugger it. Fill it up.
Nice one.
So it probably will mean that I will have to delay my trip to the shop this afternoon to get smokes and whatnot. Yeah, I've got only one female sword left out of the trio that I got off you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, male died.
Died the old ones.
Well, you know, they do die. They don't necessarily have the longest life, but because there's so many cherry shrimp and bristlenose also in that tank, that's very difficult to knuckle down exactly their time of death, because it's only, you know, the corpse will disappear overnight, and then it's like, could be 2 weeks later and you go, oh, I haven't seen that fish for a couple of weeks. What's happened there?
Right.
But the female sword that I've got left in that tank is the tank boss. She hassles everyone. We've got some mystery snails in there. She doesn't leave the snails alone. Some ram's horn snails as well. They don't get left alone. Any of the other
about this
and stuff.
Without a boy to keep the female swords in line, like, or keep them interested and distracted, the females can go a bit alpha and beat up everyone.
Yeah, well, that's one of the main reasons I was actually, you know, in the market for swords the other day, thinking that, yeah, I've really got to distract her some more. Yeah, otherwise she's going to just wreak havoc. And there's certainly, like, there was quite a few guppies in that tank as well, and their population's dwindled, so I can potentially put that down to her aggression and not wanting to hang out with other fish other than her own species.
Yeah.
But yeah, she goes to town on the snails. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah. Well trained. Almost every snail in my tank has little chew marks out of the shell, and I'm wondering if that was when I had or the big ones anyway. I wonder if that was from the catfish, or was it a pH problem where a little bit of a niggle or a parasite or something. But yeah, basically every older snail that I pull out of the bowl has holes in its shell. But I don't think it
could be a calcium deficiency in your water.
Yeah, that's why the calcite was doing its job.
Thanks for coming and hanging out, Tiffany. Good to see you. Good luck with the tank. Pop on by next week and let us know how it's going and stuff. We'll be here. Yeah, I've certainly had I've had my runabouts with snails and really crappy looking shells, and I used cuttlefish. You know, your cuttle bone out of the cuttlefish,
Yep.
and just basically I would snap a piece of cuttle bone in half and then just sort of grind it on itself and get the calcium powder down in the water,
Yep.
and then just float the rest of it on the water, and you'd certainly see the snails getting onto the cuttle bone and getting into the calcium carbonate.
Yep. That's basically what calcite is too. Is a calcium carbonate, just in crystalline form.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bioactive.
I mean, a lot of people will tell you to use eggshells as well, but I don't think the calcium carbonate in eggshells is as readily available as it is in like cuttlebone and, like you say, your calcite. Unless you do like, you know, mortar and pestle your eggshells up until they're tiny particles.
Yeah.
And there you go. Chevy saying also the eggshells being used in his tanks because they're good for shrimp as well. Shrimp and all of your crustaceans need calcium in their diet as well to enable them to molt their old shells and whatnot and have healthy shell. But yeah, definitely if you use your eggshells, it is definitely advisable to grind them up in a mortar and pestle or a coffee grinder or something to make that calcium more readily available to the creatures reliant upon it.
I've got a fun one for you. Michael, have you ever seen a tardigrade?
Yes, I have.
You
A water pig?
Yeah, water pig. Water bear.
Yes. Yeah, they're very interesting little creatures, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm tempted to grab some moss out of the garden and dunk it in the water, do a little dunkaroo and let them colonize the water a bit more, because if they're only 0.2 millimeter in size, I reckon my little swords could see them. No worries.
And dine upon them.
And dine upon them, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, not a bad idea. And I mean, you might be getting mosquitoes laying eggs in there as well, but if they've got a reasonable population of fish, they might be smashing the eggs before they've even got a chance to hatch into nutritious little snacks.
Yep, that's right. That's right. They get them early. I've actually seen a sword take out a laying female off the surface in summertime.
Yeah.
Probably line her up as she's broken the surface tension of the water to lay egg. Just smash. It was like watching miniature marlin fucking smashing shit on the surface. Awesome. Good fishy moment.
Well, the Oscar behind me and the Jag around the corner, they're certainly not strangers to leaving the water to get to their food. Very aggressive feeders. I can sort of dangle my finger in the top of this tank and he'll come up out the water to try and grab at it.
Nice.
But yeah, very, very mosquito larvae, definitely a good food, and you know, tardigrades are probably one of the most essential freshwater food sources on the planet, apart from mosquito babies.
Ty said, do they live through getting eaten? Tough little buggers. That's a really good question. I'm not qualified to answer that, but knowing the way that they can go into stasis, like maybe the acid response in the gut of the fish triggers that stasis factor, and maybe they just get pooped out and then just like rehydrate and pop out and go, yo, I'm still alive. Like,
start again, reset.
Start again. Yeah, it's like garbage food. Like there's cows in India eating fucking plastic bags and getting filled up with plastic bags.
So is that like when you say about putting some moss in water, is that like terrestrial moss, put it in water and you're likely to get tardigrades?
Yeah. Moss is their favorite organism to live with. And when it's wet, they're active. They go around hunting even tinier things. And then when it dries out, they go into stasis and can handle years of drought. No worries, just like the moss can. And when the wet comes, they take advantage of it again.
Yeah, I got plenty of mosses growing around here, but I've only been harvesting them to put in like little terrariums and stuff. Didn't think of actually trying to breed some tardigrades up.
Yeah, they're pretty wild. I read an article about a guy in Japan, and he was going onto rooftops of apartment buildings where there was a bit of moss that had built up, and still finding strange tardigrade variations. And they reckon they found a genetically diverse range of tardigrades that had made it up to the roof. And I'm like, how does the moss get up there, for starters? How the fuck does the tardigrade end up aerosolized and end up on the roof?
Yeah, well, would it be part of the same process?
Yeah.
Because one would imagine that your moss particles, mosses don't breed with spores or stuff, do they? They've got to have a part of their plant.
Yeah.
Make it up to that location. Yeah, well, inventive, the old moss.
Yeah.
Crafty.
Very crafty. And I've always wondered whether or not you could train a terrestrial moss into a aquatic moss if you give it the right conditions. But so far, not so successful. My experiment got fucked by a cane toad. Jumped in the pond and took off all the moss that I'd trained on the edge of the bowl that sort of wicked some of the water out of the bowl on the edges, and it was growing quite happily. But yeah, bloody cane toad jumped in there and tried to get out and scrambled on everything on the edge and just destroyed the lot. Bloody cane
Well, I've
toad.
got I do have a few bits of terrestrial moss in this little bowl that I'm growing. Some Bacopa monieri and some Rotala rotundiflora, I think it's called.
That's a good name.
It's like I let the water level go down and then I fill it back up again. So the moss that I've got in there as well, it definitely gets submerged for quite a few days at a time. And it's going great guns, surviving very well. Maybe I should try some of my little terrariums. Maybe I'll completely fill them with water and see what happens to the mosses.
As long as it's got light, I mean, and oxygenation, I guess, or carbon dioxide pumping, loading in the water. As long as you've got some organisms providing enough of the necessary gas that's soluble that they need to breathe, they'd be happy. Reached into my bag of tricks, and we've got a Capital Brewing Company Coast Ale, whatever the fuck that is. Not much information. Made in Australia. Canned by the Capital Brewing Co. Fishwick in Canberra.
Fishwick
Fishwick is well known for its whorehouses.
Adult. Yeah, for its what?
Whorehouses.
Yeah, I was going to say for the adult industry.
Yes, well, that's a way more politically correct way of saying it. But anyway, I'm sure there's some guys that work who are whores too for the female clientele. But anyway, if you want that kind of shit when you come to Australia, visit Fishwick.
Now, can you tell me, around the top of that can, there's some words that I couldn't make out. Is that like a marketing gimmicky kind of sentence, or is it interesting words?
A delightfully refreshing beer. This is it. Easy drinker is fresh, crisp, and clean with a smooth, satisfying finish. We'll see. It's pouring up quite golden, looking like a decent beer. Let's see what we got. Cheers.
Indeed. Ching ching.
Woo!
Yeah, I do. Yeah, keep going.
It's like a VB, but a little bit more wheaty.
I don't mind a wheat beer. Good German wheat beer is good.
Yeah, it's decent. Oh,
I find
but a bit strange that Fishwick is calling itself a coast ale. Fishwick's nowhere near the
Yeah.
fucking coast.
It's a bit odd, isn't it? It's got to be at
Yeah,
least 300 k's from the coast.
Yeah, what the fuck, guys? Should have called it sex shop ale or some shit. Dildo.
Don Gallagher is teased us both. He sent me a video of his swordtail tank with all of his very pretty swordtails. You know, it might have just been an accident, but I feel that Don Gallagher might just be teasing us with his swordtails while we're both talking about getting more swordtails.
Oh man, I never get sick of looking at them. I think they're fucking rad. I don't know about the lyre tails though. I've got a Facebook group I'm part of that's about the breeding of them, and they're posting pictures of these things that are super valuable, but like double swords and like all kinds of crazy big high fins and stuff. I'm thinking, I've seen these guys in action. You know, that sword's a detriment to their swimmability, and all this extra finnage it's great to look at, but you know, it doesn't make a successful fish. And these guys in the bowl, like down there, they've got to fight for their life. If a kingfisher comes, they've got to duck between the fake rocks and the fake log, and I've got a bunch of basalt in there now, all stacked. I found a service station. Michael, you like this? On the way back from Brisbane, there's a service station. It's a Caltex, and if you stop there in the car park, they've got all these massive, like, big fucking chunks of blue metal that you can pilfer. And I always, whenever we stop there, I load up the back of the car with about 5 bits of it. Nice big flat bits, you know, and chunky square bits, so I can use them to stack and do aquascaping. It's fucking fun. Yeah. There is a town in Newfoundland called Dildo. Nice. Oh, good stuff, Sandy.
No worries, Thirsty. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you soon, man.
See ya.
And yeah, Punchy Paints Pam. She's a massive recommender for getting her aquascaping supplies from the McDonald's car park near her. I think she says that most of the rocks in her fish tanks are from the McDonald's car park.
Nice. Yeah, when you find a source of this big, giant, fucking chunky blue metal, it's just like, yeah. I'll find this for you.
I think of it every time I go out to like the wall at Brunswick or North Head or somewhere like that. And there's all these big rocks that they've, you know, made the wall out of, and think, oh, I'd just take a few bits of that home and smash it up. I think most of that stuff's basalt or granite.
Yeah, it's I think with the way they do blasting to break it up and rock crushing, like the machines they've got at a quarry, finding a source of the really chunky blue metal, when you find a source of it, it's like, well, you're not going to stop me. It's great drainage material. Like they've basically just filled up a ditch with the chunky blue metal so that there's enough water flowy that when the rain dumps down, it goes through the rocks rather than eroding the soil.
Yeah.
But when you find a good source, you're like, yeah, I'll hit you up again. Fucking oath.
I'll be back. Yeah, there's one I was at the other day. It might have only been the car park for the IGA over in the Byron Industrial Estate the other day. And I was looking at some rocks in their garden bed and thinking, ooh, I could just pick a few of those up, put them in the back of the car. No worries. But I went to the bottle shop instead while I was waiting.
Nice. Man, I had a beer the other day called a Super Hornet from Black Hops. 2.7 standard drinks per can.
And on a beer. That's pretty intense. And what was the taste?
Oh, just awesome. Like just punchy as what you'd expect for 2.7%. I mean, it was 8 point something percent beer to be. It's like stronger than any bourbon in a can. Fucking hell, man. Rips your tits off. Drink 4 of those, I salute you.
Hey, come on, you can get 12% bourbons in a can. Just 9 times out of 10, they're those tiny little 200 ml cans that you can just inhale in a mouthful.
Yeah.
Which, you know, like that can be entirely acceptable if you're limiting your sugar intake and stuff like that. But essentially, they're going to be disappeared pretty rapidly.
Fish Whisperer Miles, message retracted. Oh, what does that mean? I don't get to read it. Well, yeah, GRB, super strong beer.
Which one did he retract?
Miles retracted a message. He did it. Yeah, GRB, that Super Hornet is just fucking hectic. Like, I wouldn't recommend drinking 4 in a sitting unless you want to get really fucked up, and I hope you have more alcohol to drink afterwards because, yeah, once you're on that train, you're just like, fuck yeah, let me drink. I just want to drink more. Oh, McDonald's rocks. Yeah, retract that statement. Yeah, you don't want to dub yourself in. Understandable.
Incriminating himself with evidence. You better retract it again, and just in case Big Burger comes to looking for you.
The police burger.
The Hamburglar's mates.
Yeah, the Hamburglar's arch nemesis, the police burglar. Berg. See you thirsty.
Well then, what have we done? We've done like an hour and a half. Oh no, hang on. My maths is terrible. 2 hours and a half. And I don't necessarily have any more stories to tell.
Time at band camp?
Yeah. I think I've exhausted all of my band camp stories, or they're too R-rated and stuff. Yeah, I did have some interesting stories in my catch-up with my mate yesterday that I could probably regale about, but don't necessarily want to. Fish Whisperer Miles is asking you how many tanks you've got.
1 bowl. I'm a poor boy. There is another bowl that I could dig out and get rid of the plants over there and do another one. But I'll stick with the 1 bowl. I don't want to... I don't want to get into the breeding of lines and making sure that there's genetically specific things in my bowls and breed for the market. I like having a chaos bowl and seeing which genes dominate just naturally, and red seems to be the dominant gene in the pool because numbers. But black flanks came in when I bought a blue male about 4 years ago. Blue on the top like a mohawk and black on the sides is pretty. And he's had a couple of kids, dead now, and but the kids are red on the top, black flanks, so they're pretty special. I got a new thing out of my bag. It's got extra hop sauce.
I like the simplicity of that can too.
It's pretty, isn't it?
It's like so against the hipster design. Oh, I didn't even notice that stuff at far away. So I rescind my comment.
Detail.
It does have the hipster design.
Yeah, 6.2%. Classic West Coast IPA with wondrous aroma of tropical fruit. Oh, we'll get into it. 1.8 standards. Yippee. Nice.
Another big one. You're on fire, lad.
Fuck yeah.
And West Coast being another Western Australian beer, is it?
No, West Coast as in
US.
it's a style of beer from the US West Coast.
Right.
Made in Marrickville, Sydney. Wow.
Marrickville, Sydney is an interesting Californian suburb.
Look at that colour. I you get the light through it, but fuck. It's golden.
We should probably do a stream one day soon where we actually do one of these sitting around the same table and, you know, really dive into the flavors and whatnot.
Oh, man.
And then stumble around for another hour or so afterwards.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't give alcohol to my fish, right? But with the swords, apparently they love a bit of salt.
Yes, salt is good for a lot of those live bearers.
Yeah. So I did do a bit of liquid salt, warmed it up with warm water and did a shot of salt that was all dissolved and added it into the water. No noticeable effects, but, you know, apparently it's good for their chemistry.
Yeah, it's also a really good antifungal and antibacterial in your water also. And I know you can convert mollies, which are related to your swordtails, into saltwater fish. And I've heard that a lot of the other live bearers, like your swordtails and platies and whatnot, can all handle seriously brackish water.
Right.
So it's a good thing to know with fish like that if you notice that they've got any like fungal infections and stuff like that you can salt their water up and treat the infection, and it's not going to have any adverse effects to those fish.
Bit of salt. Wonder if everyone's aware of that, because that's, you know, experiential data. You don't understand it, you don't know, but does anyone else know the facts about calcium? Like, should we be adding calcium to our tanks for there to be bioavailable calcium for their bones and stuff?
Well, a lot of your live bearers also like harder water, so they can certainly handle a lot of dissolved mineral content in their water as well, right, to the best of my knowledge. And they can handle higher pHs as well. But yeah, apparently guppies breed quite well in harder waters with a lot of dissolved mineral content. So I would imagine that would go hand in hand with swords and platies and mollies as well.
Extra nutrition.
But salt has been it's been a primary medication of mine. I've got a 10-litre bucket full of salt that I use for medication. But certain scaleless fish and like pleco family fish don't enjoy salt too much. I've never had a problem with using salt with bristlenose in some of my larger tanks, but I have had problems when I've done big, heavy doses of salt, where I've actually killed bristlenose and stuff like that with, just by using too much salt. But little bits here and there don't seem to affect them too bad. And certainly some fish really enjoy a bit of salt in their water. G'day, Blake. How are you, buddy? Good to see you. Blake's a Victorian, so it'd be interesting to get a point of view of what's going on down in Victoria with the, apparently most of Australia now hates Victoria because they've got so many COVID cases and they're being so careless. No one's letting Victorians into their state. It'd be interesting to get a Victorian perspective on that.
They expected security guards, guys with basic security expertise, to be the guards of people in quarantine that didn't have any biomedical training or whatever, to fill the shoes of being the agents of order in the hotels where the quarantine travelers came into. So now, next week, we're going to hand it over to the corrections department.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. We're going to effectively get guys who are jail guards, or women too, and who are jail guardians to be the be all end all solution to Victoria's COVID problem. Fuck. Wouldn't want to be in that hotel, and you got to pay for it yourself. I mean, 2 weeks in a hotel, that's fucking expensive after a holiday.
Are they when they're quarantining people into hotels, they're making those people pay for their hotel stay?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Wow. I didn't know that. I thought it would be all government funded.
No, not at all.
Nah, that's rude.
Yeah. Mate, I could be wrong. But
I mean, sure.
You just got to self-fund.
Make them pay for their minibar purchases, sure. But if you're going to make them stay in a hotel, you've got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit harsh. But, you know, it's for the greater good, isn't it?
Well, as old mate Trump the other day said, if we don't test, we won't have many results. So we might as well stop testing. And we get better results. Because
flatten the curve. What a way to flatten the curve.
Oh, fucking hell, man. Saw a great meme the other day, and they said, America's so rad that we turned the curve into a half pipe. With someone skating off the edge of the half pipe because it's just ramping up. Yeah. They're going crazy in the States. I hope everyone's staying safe. I mean, fuck. This shit could go on for years if it's not fucking dealt with properly.
Well, also, I raised earlier in the stream about I saw an article yesterday, I think, about a new form of swine flu that they found in China that could reach pandemic proportions. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see what the next one is. And then I went on and spoke about runny noses. You know, runny noses could be the next pandemic. Everything's going to be a pandemic from now on. We've set the standard. We've set the bar right up here now. It's going to take a bloody good one to knock COVID off the rankings.
Pandemic or plandemic?
Plandemic. Oh.
Fuck.
So many easily available conspiracy theories that we could go down on the whole subject, you know?
Oh, man.
And what about Chaz? Chaz in Seattle. We all heard about Chaz.
What happened to Chaz?
Chaz is like an area in Seattle where police don't go in anymore. It's like a societally held area of the city where there's no money, no police, and it's just people being a community
in a city without the good music.
And there's been a few murders already, and one of them apparently has been a hit, as in potentially the person might have broken their fancy politically correct woke rules, so they got a little bit murdered for breaking the rules.
Oh shit. One man enter. Two men enter, one man leave. The Thunderdome. The Thunderdome.
Nice one, GRB. I like a good pun. Does a swine flu pandemic become a hamdemic?
Excellent.
And Anna, is your police taking down barriers comment? Is that in relation to Chaz? And can someone please remind me what the acronym is? Because Chaz is a acronym or an acronym, if you want me to speak properly. Community held something zone or something like that. But yeah, very interesting that humans can just go in and tell the police to stay away and, try and start their own little fascist regime, which essentially is what it will become if it is allowed to go on. But if Anna is talking about Chaz and saying they're taking down the barriers to open up the streets, perhaps some normal Seattle life may return. Community held autonomous zone. Thanks, Anna. Oh yeah, I knew it was a Capitol Hill autonomous zone. But yeah, I think Anna's correct. I think it's community held. Something like that. But certainly I feel that Chaz might be a really good indicator of how humans might react to these situations. This is where we're going to be at, is that there's going to be uprisings. There's going to be upheaval. I think uprisings and upheaval essentially mean the same thing. But, humans are going to do this kind of stuff where they're going to fight back against authority. There's going to be deaths. Lots of people will die. But potentially, part of the reason we're in this situation is because we've already got too many people on the planet. I mean,
I disagree with that.
You want more people on the planet?
No, we're just poorly organized, and when someone doesn't share your political view but is organizing something that would revolutionize their lives, like Gaddafi had this beautiful aquaculture set up. He was building these huge dams, trying to get water and re-fertilize and rehydrate a lot of deserted regions. And the fuckers in America and England and potentially Australia, we all teamed up and we bombed the shit out of these water infrastructure. And then we spread rumors about him being corrupt and fucking seeded an uprising. And maybe fuckhead George Soros was behind a lot of it, just to bring down everything, because that guy's a chaotic agent. I don't like him at all. But they fucked up Gaddafi, and it was like Gaddafi was giving away free healthcare, free education, so many good things. And as soon as he got toppled, everything went to shit, and all this. It was just like chaos. And like, maybe we need to learn that the Middle East needs hard leaders to make it thrive. Like, we can't have someone who's democratically, dancing around subjects and being really cool. I mean, look at Trump. Trump's fucking hardcore. He's very forthright. He's very absolutist. And he's basically, you got Trump, and he's basically a despot who's taking control of America. If Trump was in power when Gaddafi was in power, I doubt Gaddafi would have been taken out. So we've basically got to realize why someone who's extremist could be a leader and what are their strengths.
Yeah. Look deeper into it. Work out how they've got that far by being a dick. And obviously Gaddafi was doing a few things that were okay.
Yeah.
But obviously his impact financially had too much stuff against the way the US wanted to do things. So it's like, nah, we'll get rid of him, even though he's doing good things for his people. And what you say, it's rough territory over there, rough country. It's not an easy place to live. Rough leadership is probably what they need.
Exactly. Exactly. But the thing Gaddafi made the fail on was saying he wasn't going to accept American dollars for oil anymore. He wanted gold. And him saying that as a strong leader in the region was going to have a knock-on effect where everyone in Saudi Empire was going to say, no, we don't want American dollars anymore. We want fucking gold.
Yeah, and that would have absolutely cut the ass out of the American currency around the world, because it would have that knock-on effect where it would start dwindling out into all the other markets as well.
But look at what the COVID stuff had done. We went into negative territory on oil exports. It was at the point where it was -4 or maybe even $40 a barrel negative. You were getting paid to store it.
Yeah.
Fuck. I mean, if Gaddafi was around today when oil went negative, I'd just love to hear what the lad had to say, but he's dead now, so...
Oh, g'day, Moonstone. Didn't see you sneak in. How are you? Good to see you. And 808 Tank as well. G'day, 808. If I've missed anyone else, I deeply apologise. But yeah, it will definitely be interesting to see what goes on with Chaz in Seattle. It could be the kind of situation that might be a yardstick for other events in the near future, depending on how much heavier shit goes on. But upheaval. We're bound to be experiencing some soon. But I kind of do agree with what you say, Beast, that we do have a hell of a lot of people on the planet, but organisation and logistics is probably the key with dealing with what we're doing. But I also do feel that there's going to be some shit goes down where a lot of human life is lost before we get to that realization of the need for appropriate logistics and, using land and water properly and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, Gaddafi was going to water Africa or North Africa rather than South Africa. That's another thing I've been watching. This fucking Man in the High Castle. Emma said I should have mentioned it last week, but damn, that is polarizing content. I don't know if anyone's familiar. The Man in the High Castle.
And available where? YouTube?
I'm getting it from Amazon Prime. Good old Bezos. The old Bezos lad. He's been delivering.
I got a Bezos box this morning delivered onto my doorstep.
Really?
Unfortunately, it wasn't delivered to me. Sarah's an Amazon Prime human. She gets a few Amazon packages delivered to here.
Yeah, nice. Bit easier than where she's living, hey?
Yeah. Well, they if they don't get a response at her gate, which is 200 meters from her house, then they've got to drop one of those little red cards, and then she's got to go into a different town completely to get it. So she just gets all her stuff delivered here now. And I see a couple of people, Anna and Moonstone, mentioning Joe Biden in the chat. I haven't got a lot to go on with Joe Biden apart from listening to Joe Rogan a bit and hearing what he says about Joe Biden. And all the people that I've heard Joe Rogan speak to about Joe Biden, not many people disagree with what Joe says about how he's going to really struggle. He's already struggling and seems to be on a mental decline, but I'd be interested in hearing other people's opinions on how Joe Biden's going to go. Is he just a scapegoat? Is he being put in there as a lamb to the slaughter or something like that?
Yeah, a lot of inappropriate kissing. It's it's a bit sad. Like the sad old grandpa that doesn't get enough physical attention and tries to push the physical attention on people that don't want it. Poor old
Yeah,
Biden
right.
is in that demographic where he's a little bit not of a contender. So not that Bernie would have made much of a difference. Like, it's too extreme to actually get through. So there's just no change. There's no fucking hope for it.
Well,
So
what the thing that really gets me is that if the Republicans got a guy like Trump to go through and then successfully take the position of president, instead of getting some dotty old man that may be at the stages of early onset dementia or something like that, why wouldn't the Democrats go and try and find someone like, some other reality TV businessman like Trump to play the same game that the Republicans played? Why not get a celebrity in there to fight against Trump? And The Rock. Listen to all the people talking about The Rock for
yes,
prime minister, president.
yeah, that would make idiocracy real when we get a wrestling candidate move into acting and then end up be the president. I mean, if you guys could elect The Rock in 2024, it'd be a better deal than, say, maybe Joe Rogan. Imagine Joe Rogan
doesn't want to do it. He definitely doesn't want to do
it. They have an election battle instead of an election debate, and they fight each other in the ring.
Wrestle it out.
That'd be hectic.
Well, I did hear the other day someone said The Rock for president and Jocko Willenick for vice president. I reckon that'd be a decent combination.
Oh, hell yeah. I got an out and about pale ale by the Newstead Brewing Co. And it says, since before the flood. What the fuck?
Interesting.
Castle Main Street, Milton, Queensland. So maybe they had a flood in Queensland in the...
Yeah, that's probably the flood where my car got flooded. I used to live around the corner from Milton. I could walk to the Forex brewery. But there was like an entire 3-page essay on the other side of that can.
Yeah. You don't want me to read it.
Is that like one of those descriptions that you get on a wine bottle where they just throw all of these willy-nilly arty-farty terms at you to make it sound tasty, and then it just tastes like vinegar anyway?
Okay, so once upon a time, great care was required on even the shortest pedestrian journey through Portside Newstead in the late 1900s, knowing when to dodge and when to feint, which was eye to meet and which to avoid, and to pad the pocket to muffle those jingle-jangle coins was just the community expectations. Harry Doggett wasn't one to pull any punches, though straight-laced and bold, a perfect recipe for a classic pale ale. What a load of shit!
That's beers are just getting as bad as wines, aren't they, for their bloody little blurbs about what you're going to taste.
That was some waffle. Sorry, guys, but yeah, expose the
waffle.
Waffle free 2024.
There's a foundation for an electoral campaign. I'm just going to duck out the back for a quick crocodile and a refill. I'll be back shortly.
Sorry, Moonstone. I'll speak up. I'm using a mobile phone as my streaming device, and the microphone is over this side of the phone. The camera's over the other side, and yeah, it's hard to balance it. There's no way to boost the gain. I'm used to DJ equipment where I can boost the gain, and it's not on here. Waffle free 2020. Yeah, man, it should be now. The future is now. We are living in the future. I don't know how old you are. I'm 38, and I expected a whole lot more of reality by this stage. Where's my fucking teleporter pods? And where is my hoverboard? None of it's happened. We haven't cracked AG, like anti-gravity. That should have happened. It's like a magnetic dipole. Like we should be able to make. I know we can do it with superconductors, but they need to be chilled at under 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, probably more. We can't have hoverboards without that, and that sucks, man. Who's got that supply of cold, of non-energetic state? So, Dr. Black, I was just saying, it's 2020. Where's my teleporters and where's my hoverboard?
Well, I think at least we've got puffy vests.
Goose down.
Yeah,
put the goose down.
At least, if anything, Back to the Future taught us that puffy vests were going to still be around today. One moment, please.
Good night, Moonstone.
See you, Mooney. Where? Oh, hang on. Yeah. Excuse me while I just message other humans.
Oh, Moonstone, man, you've never tried French toast until you've done a French toast croissant. That shit is the bomb. Go the Canadian style, maple syrup, bacon, French toast croissant. Fucking winning. That's some high energy food.
While we're on the subject of food, Scotch eggs. Who's got opinions on Scotch eggs?
Is that like a battered egg?
Yeah, it's like, I believe it's like a hard-boiled egg, but then you coat it in minced meats and batter and other stuff as well. There may be different varieties of doing them, but Sarah, being of a Scottish heritage, she was explaining it to me the other day, and I was like, "Oh, I'm kind of interested in that." But clearly, you're not, Beast.
Nah, man.
Reaction.
Give me a hamburger with the beef and the egg, but don't put the beef over the egg. And no, I'm not down for that.
Yeah, it's kind of the way that she described it. It was like a hard-boiled egg that was like rolled in a minced meat in a batter of some sort. So then you slice into your egg and you've got these layers of meat and egg and gooey loveliness. It sounded good. I liked her description of it.
That if it's goopy, that's good. But if it's hard and crumbly shit. If you can preserve that goopy yolk, yeah, fucking winning.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I've been to Singapore and I tried, just as an experiment, a century egg.
Which they do say are not necessarily all 100 years old, but
no,
essentially they may taste 100 years old.
Yeah, I could count the layers like wood grain in the yolk, and there was at least 10 layers, so it was at least 10 years old. And this thing was feral as fuck. Fucking ate it and said, fuck no, what the fuck am I doing?
I think that's definitely an egg that's on my bucket list. Is I want to try one of those ages old preserved eggs, just to say that I've done it, whether I hate it or love it. I just want to do it one day.
I think it's like the Japanese natto. Not many people like it, but they still keep doing it because it's
tradition.
Culturally relevant. Yeah, it's tradition. Yeah. natto is like soybeans that have been fermented, and you pull them off with your chopsticks, and the strings is like sticky slime, fucking strings of it, ropes.
Good night, Moonstone. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for
Cheers, buddy.
exercising your wrench duties well. Gordon Ramsay does them. I'm assuming Moonstone is referring to the Scotch eggs there. Oh, Moonstone also provided a YouTube link, potentially to a Scotch egg of some sort. I'll have to flick over to the YouTube and wait for all the chat to load up to investigate this link. Lol. And then as my YouTube chat is scrolling through, I see GRB's comment earlier about the swine flu going from a pandemic to a hamdemic.
Oh.
Some of your best work, GRB. Well done. Where was it now? I think I've got to the bottom of the chat in the YouTube. Maybe not. I don't see a link for Mooney's. I'll just push the refresh button. That generally works. Generally, mostly, sometimes.
You know what else was good about Singapore? They had snacks at the table before you ordered your food of salmon skin or fish skin, heavily salted and crispified. It's like pork crackling, but fish skin. Fucking delicious, man.
Just as
So
in
good.
snack just available for you to pick up, like nuts on a bar or something like that.
That's right. Yeah, they just, every table that turned up, here's your bowl of free crispy fish skin, snack away. Fucking delicious.
Wow. Yeah, it is delicious. That's often the best bit of a nice crispy barbecued fish or fried fish is the skin, especially if you've salted it up nice and good.
But trimming it off and treating it well, so much better than hoping that you're going to cook the meat right and have crispy skin and keep it all together. No, fuck that. Chop the skin off, treat it well. Treat the meat well. You want that skin perfect.
Well, I suppose all the fish skins are a little bit different, aren't they?
Yeah. Sandy said, yes, link is for Scotch eggs. Isn't chewing gum illegal in Singapore? That's law I'd support. You know what? It's legal now. I tested it. I went to a corner store and I bought some chewing gum in Singapore. The thing that's illegal, though, is spitting the shit out on the ground. You got to put that shit in the bin.
Yeah.
If you get caught littering...
As you should.
Yeah, exactly. If you get caught littering, you have to wear a vest that says on the back, litterer. And I think it's 4 weeks of indentured servitude where you have to clean the streets. So we've got a new job.
Wow.
It's called cleaning the streets. And you learn your lesson. And so the place is immaculate. It's beautiful. And they got another thing called road tax, where every cent of anyone driving a car, instead of going into a big kitty for politicians to use money for, every cent that gets paid by car users goes back into the maintenance and upgrade of roads. And
that sound like they've got their head screwed on right over there.
Oh man, it's an amazing society. It really is.
Shame the litterers and use the road tax for the roads. They're ticking all the right boxes at the moment.
Well, their government believes in compartmentalizing every form of taxation to the cause that it's actually
being taxed for.
Being taxed for, yeah.
Mm.
So you don't use some fucking cigarette tax to pay for warfare. I mean, you know, our country, for instance, $300 billion on military spending in the last quarter. I mean, in the last couple of years, last term of our prime minister, and cutting just a measly 80 something million rather than a couple of billion from our national broadcaster. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
And saying we can't afford the ABC, we can afford to spend money on military to hopefully sell it at the next military fair. You know, cheers, guys.
Yeah, let's keep buying dodgy submarines. But Singapore is a democracy also, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Just a normal old democracy, and they seem to be doing stuff with minimal corruption and doing stuff right. And all they can do is sit back and giggle at, you know, the larger economies around the world, like the US and other places in Europe and whatnot, maybe including Australia, that are just absolutely abusing their democracy and fucking up the people that they're supposed to be doing it for.
I think management-wise, it's a bit easier considering it's a one capital nation.
Sure.
It's kind of like New Zealand, but instead of a South Island and a North Island, you've just got the one island, and even a part of that island is part of Malaysia, I think. And so in Singapore, man, if you ever like watching Top Gear back in the heyday, getting to Singapore and checking out Orchard Road and all the hotels, check out the cars parked out the front of the hotels. That'll show you how expensive the hotel is. Man, I've seen a lineup of like Lamborghini, Ferrari, Zonda, fucking whoa, you know, taking pictures with my potato cam on my phone at the time doesn't know justice. But getting to see those cars in the flesh, I was like, fuck yeah, this is awesome.
What was I suppose part of the success with rule in a lot of the Asian countries is that they have been exposed to oppressive rule at some stage in their life. So potentially it's inherent in a lot of them just to bow down to whoever's ruling and toe the line. Whereas a lot of the issues with whitey is that we're so used to rising up and fighting against the oppressors instead of just, you know, saying, okay, yes, I'll do that. So maybe they've got that on their side, that oppression settles some good mental mindsets for people for future endeavors.
Well, for minor crimes, yeah, you still cop the cane in Singapore. You'll get a literal flogging as an adult.
Well, wouldn't that be better for a lot of crimes with whitey as well? You know, instead of locking them up in a place that's going to cost the government, you know, you might break a couple of sticks when you're giving them their flogging, but that's only going to cost you $7 or $8.
Yeah.
Instead of, you know, thousands of dollars of putting them in a little room for a few months or years. Give them a whipping. Yeah. Give them a whipping and send them back to mum. I like it. There's nothing wrong.
Reform.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a bit of flogging.
A bit of a flogging.
It's character building.
Where was Fish Skin Snacks? Singapore, at a restaurant called Bosses on Sentosa Island. Yeah, beautiful. Or maybe it was on the other end of Sentosa. Yeah, it's on the other end from the gondola. And they had a movie cinema. Really cool. You go to the cinema, you buy a ticket, and you get an allocated seat. So if you get there a couple of hours earlier, you book a good seat in the cinema, and you get those fucking seats. Very cool. Very cool. And another cool thing with Singapore, it's kind of cool, kind of shit, but like a bottle of Jack Daniels, you can go to a club and spend $250 Singaporean and get the bottle of Jack and sit at a booth and they will bring mixers and fresh glasses, and you sit there until you finish your bottle and enjoy the high tech, high talent karaoke efforts on stage. Very laughable. Seeing a group of young people sing along to modern songs, and it's on stage, hilarious, fucking hilarious.
Well, another really amazing thing about Singapore is because of their proximity to the equator. I need a car too, Anna. I'd like to buy a car. I'm carless right now, but that's beside the point. Being that Singapore is reasonably close to the equator, there's a massive tropical fish market in Singapore. I went for a job interview the other day, and the guy that interviewed me, somehow we got onto the subject of fish. I may or may not have slipped in my card for my YouTube channel. But yeah, he apparently grew up in Singapore and, is a fish tanker as well, doing guppies and stuff. And he was telling me about the fish markets in Singapore just being so massive and full on. And that would probably be a huge benefit to potentially living, 2,000 or 3,000 kilometres north of where we are. How much money you could save on running fish tanks. Whew.
God, for the heating, fuck yeah. Went to a restaurant in Bali about 8 years ago, and they had channels in between the sections and stairs leading over the channels. They had so many fish in there, and these beautiful golden yellow fish, and I was like, oh my God, I can't bring these home, but damn, they had some good fish just swimming around all the gaps in between the podiums for the tables with little bridges. I was like, damn, I'm interested in the fish, not the food. Fucking hell.
Was that like the restaurant was like on a fish pond or something? So they had koi or something swimming around all over the place, was it?
Yeah, smaller fish. Like, I don't know what species they were, but they had some tropical golden yellow fish, and I was just like blown out by the gold factor. Like yellow background with metallic gold action. Just gorgeous.
Maybe gold barbs.
Yeah, I don't know what they were. I was uneducated at the time. I just reached in my bag of delights, and I got a King Street Pale.
The old KSP.
And this is from Newcastle, where the shoey comes from.
Oh, the shoey.
Yeah.
We need not remind people about shoey.
You got to do a shoey. So when you go to Newcastle, you got to do a shoey. But I'm not doing a shoey.
Wait, no. Were you not here last week's live stream? You were here.
Yeah,
right?
I was. Yeah, I heard about it. I didn't see it.
Did I do that? Did I do that before or after you came along last week? Must have been before.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was funny too because every time, like for the next 3 or 4 days after doing that, I did wash my shoes. I promise everyone I washed my shoes. But every time I put my foot into the shoe that I drank out of, I smelt Bailey's.
Oh, yummy.
It may have
gone off yet?
Well, I washed it out. It may have just been a psychosomatic reaction, but potentially I did leave residue in the shoe, but it's gone now. But how many other people have done Bailey's shoeies on live streams?
Peak drinkability.
Peak drinkability.
Oh man,
they're really overselling it, aren't they?
I won't lie. 1.5 standard drinks in a can, 4.7%. It is peak drinkability. They've done well. Big ups to King Street Pale.
So it is peak drinkability.
Oh yeah. Man, I could sit there all night smashing those at the pub.
Nice.
Oh,
Are they? Did you say their content?
I wasn't going to read it all. It just says King Street Pale Ale is our go-to session beer of choice. Comfortable in its own skin, full of flavour, just enough hop and crisp balancing malt. Not too heavy, not too light. Quietly confident, peak drinkability. So yeah, if you're ever in Australia, you go to Newcastle. There's no castles in Newcastle. It's just a big port.
And what's your percentage on that guy? A normal beer.
4.7. So a bit stronger than mid strength. Good balance.
But yeah, worth it. Worth it in the long run.
Absolutely.
And yeah, Miles, over here at the moment, there's a lot of it was pure class Joel G, but that was not the message I was trying to highlight. There's a lot of your trendy little craft breweries and stuff popping up. So the variety packs of beer are a really big seller in lots of the bottle shops over here right now, to try and expand people's palates and educate people on all the different shit that's available out there to drink. And all of those little guys need as much help as they can get to get their product out there, because a lot of them have got a really decent product, but they just, they're spending all of their capital on producing a decent product instead of marketing and all that nonsense.
So I got a 16 pack for $60. Turned out at $3.75 a can. I figured that's a fucking good deal. Except when I got to the dud sober can, it was like 0.5%. I'm like, fuck you guys. Oh well.
Potentially that would. Yeah, I was going to say that may have been balanced out by some of the other cans instead.
Yeah. They had to keep the averages down so the cost didn't go up for taxation.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's probably in there for very valid reasons.
Yeah. But our local bottle shop had 2 boxes of these mixed cases. And as soon as I walked in the door, they're like, yep, you like the fresh new shit? I'm like, yeah, what do you got? He's like, here we go, here's some new shit. I'm like, oh, fuck, $60 for 16. That's a bit of a risk. But I took it, and I'm enjoying it. I enjoyed it last night. I'm enjoying it now. 2 days worth of good beer. Who pushed it on you? I'm assuming we're talking about the boys. The boys at Boyce, yeah. Yeah, they know me.
Was it Simon, the big tall dude?
Dark-haired lad, yeah.
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 Yeah, he's a good fella.
Yeah,
he keeps asking about my live streams and stuff, so I finally gave him one of my cards the other day so he could find my channel. He's a good boy. He's good fun.
Yeah.
That new manager in there, he's a little bit how you going from one day to the next. You can have a chat to him one day and he's all happy and fine, and then the next day he's all cranky and doesn't even want to spit out words.
Yeah. So Miles, Fish Whisperer Miles, it wasn't a 24 pack, it was a 16 pack. That's what's going on in the craft world in Australia, is that there's a big movement of selling 16 packs.
Breaking the norms.
Yeah. Since you get into 24 territory, the legalities of the alcohol percentage averages and whatever the legal ramifications of selling that product go through the roof.
Yeah, well, I think you touched on it before when you mentioned tax, that a certain amount of alcohol does garner a certain tax rate. So potentially dropping those extra 8 cans or bottles off your list might settle it into a different tax bracket.
That's right. But definitely, they weren't the best of show. They were the most standard of show beers from all the brewers.
For the most part. I mean, you did find one or two that you really enjoyed.
Oh, absolutely. The hop sauce. Jeez.
What was your
mashup?
Was the hop sauce the one from not long ago that you favorited, that you gave the big blue thumbs up to?
Yeah, the 6.2%. I mean, 1.8 standard drinks in the extra hop sauce. Fucking yeah, that's some good alcohol content.
Tasty.
It's all about DPH, drinks per hour. If any venue that you go to makes you wait in line too long to get a beer, you've got to add that into your DPH factor. If you can't get a strong enough beer that you can get wasted on, or drunk enough, or whatever you want to call it, buzzed, having a good time, you know, if a venue cannot deliver the DPH factor, then it's not worth your time. May as well drink at home and drink irresponsibly. Because we've got this RSA thing here in Australia, responsible service of alcohol. As soon as you get drunk, the pub cuts you off. What am I doing at the pub for? I'm getting drunk. But you're not allowed to be drunk at the pub.
Yeah, and it's a bit full on too that if you choose to leave the establishment that you've been drinking at for, let's say, 3 hours as a loose example, and choose to get into your own car and drive yourself home, that licensed premises that you've been drinking at can be liable for letting you do that. It's their responsibility to make sure you don't drive home drunk. It's not up to the individual human to check their own behaviour. Someone else can be blamed for letting them do that. And that's a bit too much. But a lot of places that offer drinking now have courtesy vehicles where they will drive you home, but they won't necessarily come and pick you up the next day to go back and get your motor vehicle. And people definitely shouldn't drive drunk. Nice shirt. But also, I'm not 100% convinced that the establishment that you've been drinking at, I don't necessarily think that they should be responsible for if a person chooses to drive themselves home after drinking at a place. That doesn't seem fair to me.
They are responsible and proven so through legal means. Wait, let's bring it back to fish. Let's bring this back to fish. You ready? Okay, so there's one beer in Australia that is considered vegan. Why is that, Dr. Black?
I would have thought that all beers would have been vegan.
Wrong.
What prevents a beer from? Let's go break it down to brass tacks. What prevents a beer from being vegan?
Clarifiers. More importantly, isinglass, which is a product created from the bladders of commercial fisheries, and they use bladder molecules that they've derived from fishing to clarify their beer because it's biological and it's not like deflocculants in my pool. Like when the floods come, I got to use flock to get all the sediment to sink to the bottom, and then I vacuum it up. But isinglass is used in a lot of beers to get rid of cloudiness, And almost every beer in Australia uses fish bladders to make it clearer than what it actually should be. Just to look good. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. I think that they use them in wine production as well, don't they? I think that's where I've heard of your products that you mentioned before. I think they use them in wines as well, do they? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah. They definitely use them in wine too. Bladder fresh, says Joel.
And what is your only vegan acceptable beer then?
Cooper's.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, they don't need clarity enhancers, do they?
No.
Not even in the red?
All of Cooper's is vegan.
Nice.
Well, empty. Here we go. We're getting into the bag again. What do we get?
Bloody hell, we must be getting close to the bottom of the bag by now.
It is. This last one I put in the bag. We got a Slipstream Brewing Company XPA called Magic Mile. It's a Brisbane beer. They reckon it's got floral notes of mango, pawpaw, pine, and zesty grapefruit. Oh, well, I'll be the judge on that. Mango from hops.
That I don't know what was going on in the design department the day they designed that beer can too, but that one's all over the place, isn't it?
Well, it's got a standard can, and then it's got the actual version sticker. All that yellow gold is just the sticker on their standard can with the extra information. Oh, let's give it a go. Got a good colour.
Miles is asking if you can show the fish in your pond, but I'm not bowl, pond, same thing. I'm not sure if they'll show up.
They won't, no.
Bit dark in this afternoon daylight.
It has got mango.
I was really concerned about that face. Like, is it an overpowering mango flavour?
No, just the good greenish mangoes, but they got a bit of pine factor. Yeah, it's good.
There's no good mangoes in my mind. They're all terrible. I hate mango.
Really?
Mm.
Oh. Have you heard about mango burn?
Mango, as in what you get from the sap from a mango tree. Yeah. I've experienced it.
Yeah, right.
I did mango picking back in 1994, maybe. Went and did some mango picking, and a girl that I hooked up for a little while on the travels, she actually got 3rd-degree burns from mango sap. So her whole arm was like these burns and sores and scabs from just being exposed to too much mango sap.
Ouch. Oh, geez.
But yeah, I didn't actually do any of the picking of mangoes off the tree. I was in the factory for a couple of days, where you get this big tub of water with like a conveyor belt, where you take the rest of the stem off the mango in the water so you don't get splattered with any sap. But I had spots up both of my arms where little splattery bits of the mango sap had landed on my skin and done little burns. So I was like a spotty man for about 12 months. It was quite brutal. But yeah, she was full on. I think she ended up having to have skin grafts and stuff to replace a certain patch on the inside of her arm. It was brutal.
Just from the mango sap.
Yeah.
Jeez. Oh.
She was a little bit crazy though. Just saying.
I tried to get some fishy action, but couldn't turn the flash on. I'm using the phone that I'm using. Maybe I'll record a video one day and put it on YouTube, and then you get to see them. But yeah, today it's winter. They're hunkered down. There's not much action to see.
Mm.
Summer's the good time for swordtail
Action.
Yeah. Want to see them boys do their thing and impress the girls. It's pretty evolutionary funny that the boys in a natural environment, the winters quite decently, the boys only grow about half the size of the females. It's their tail that makes them appear bigger. The girls get tricked, you know, they can be half tail, half body, and the girls think the length, oh, that's how big he is.
Mm.
Fish, what do they know? Oh, well.
G'day, Sharpies. How are you, mate? Well, that's another thing that when you were saying before about the swordtails you'd seen with their fancy tails and whatnot, that tail on swordtails has been developed so that they can do that frontwards and backwards swimming thing that they do beside a female.
Yeah.
To show off and whatnot. And I can only imagine that if you've got a double sword tail or some bigger, fancier fins, that you're not going to be the best of breeders or the most competitive of breeders anyway.
Yeah. In genetics, there's always the alpha male factor, and then you've got the sneaky fucker factor. And the sneaky fucker has lived on for generations just as strong as the alpha male. Because the sneaky fucker entertains, while the alpha male shows off and, oh, I'm the best one of all, you know. But the sneaky fucker always gets in.
Cuttlefish, perfect example.
I'll pretend to be a girl.
Pretend to be a girl and I'll get a root that way. Easy. Yeah. Solved. I don't have to go to the gym 7 days a week and do bench presses and I'll still get my genes passed on.
This is where cross-dressing can sometimes work. I mean, I this is cross-dressing to get females, but fuck, if you're getting kids, you're getting kids, you know. Good on you.
Yeah, it's like the human equivalent of male feminists. I'm probably going to offend some people, but all of these boys that are very vocal about feminism and stuff like that, essentially most of them are just in it because they think they're going to get laid out of it, even though they might be doing good stuff.
Joel G says mangoes are packed with mycene, a terpene that interacts with THC. Man, I got some vape juice from Amsterdam, and it's just totally stacked with terpenes of weed, and it is delicious. It's totally legal for them to sell it at retail in Australia. Delicious stuff. If I had vaped that and have a cone where there's a bit of THC, I'm loving it. It's fantastic. You know, inhaling those fresh terpenes. In America, it'd be a bit more freer. I think you'd have more access to it because, like, weed-related products on eBay, they're confiscated in Australia. But, you know, if you're in America and you want to fuck around with terpenes and smell like buds, make your own cologne, make your own perfume, and get on those fucking terpenes, because it's amazing that one plant, being the weed plant, can make a mango flavor, or it can make a lemon flavor, or it can make all kinds of flavors. And once you burn it, all gone. But if you vaporize it, or if you do an extraction and put it on your body, You smell like
You
the
still get
freshest
it.
buds.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff.
Yeah, I've always have found that interesting how different strains of weed have different fruity flavors and whatnot.
Yeah.
Pardon
And
me.
they're, Michael, they're not just fruity flavors, they're terpenes that match the fruit that you're thinking they relate to. The fruit and the bud produce exactly the same flavor molecule.
Just a different effect on your body.
That's right. But terpenes are in lots of things. Terpenes are the greatest.
And yes, Sharpie, if you want to whittle my statements down into a simple statement, I guess that's what I was saying. Male feminists are basically human cuttlefish. Right down to the facts that they can change their colours at the drop of a hat. Bob Kaler, thanks for hanging out, mate. We'll see you when we're looking at you. Good luck with the ball python, and good on you for taking it on. Everyone should have a snake in their life. What are we getting shown now? What is the beast up to? Ah, right.
Microbong.
I got this guy.
Oh, wow. That's a good pipe. Antler.
Deer antlers, yeah. But I can't find my pipe gauzes.
Oh, you need some.
Well, I know I've got some floating around somewhere. I just don't know where they are. So if I use it, I have to jam a nice big plug of tobacco down the bottom of it before I put anything else on top.
Yeah. Probe number 6.
Where'd that come from? Sydney Uni?
My mother's medical clinic. She's a podiatrist. But it makes the best stoker. Once you bend out the kink, you heat it up and bend it and make it straight, and then temper it because you wanted to keep it straight and not be weak. Yeah, brilliant. The best
Good
stokers
thinking,
on the
Joel G.
planet. A good shank too, if you really want to stab someone in the neck.
Yes, slips easily enough under a watch band.
Yeah, you can sneak that in. Shank someone in the neck if you need to.
Finish him.
Yeah, but we're Australians. This is a convict colony. 90% of us have all have criminal pasts.
It's in our blood.
It's in our blood. It's in our nature to be criminals. How my wife's spinning out. The beauty of the beast is she's saying, I'm not criminal. Yeah, I'm about to smoke a cone. I shouldn't be doing it on YouTube, so I won't.
That's all right. I'm not monetized. I don't have enough subscribers to worry about being cancelled, I don't think. We'll soon find out, I guess. And yes, that does count, Sharpie. Human snakes are everywhere. And dealing with them is just part of development as a human being.
No one saw it. I'm in trouble, guys.
We didn't see it, Em. It's okay.
We didn't. Oh. Go to $2 shop and buy a sieve, yeah. But you can get really good quality meshes at the head shop in town. They've got the wire meshes.
Yeah, I know I got like because it was Thirsty Rabbit that gave me that pipe when he came and visited me. But and when he gave me that pipe, he also gave me a packet of the pipe gauzes as well. But I'm fucked if I know where I've stashed them. So yeah, I might have to go down to the hemp embassy and pick up some new ones. So I think they're pretty much the only one left in town now that does supplies like that. How are you, GT? Good to see you, mate.
Down the road from Eden's Landing, there's a shop that has all the Budley supplies.
Yeah, they've moved onto the main street now, just a couple of doors back from the newsagents.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've been
great.
Rebuilding that shop for a couple of weeks now, and they just opened up a couple of days ago.
Man, that shows me how long I've been sitting at home. Oh well, fine. Go to the supermarket, come home.
I know there's a particular young lass that works in that shop. She's a very nice girl, shall we say.
Good night, Bob.
I thought Bob left ages ago. Wasn't he saying good night to people like half an hour ago?
G'day, gnarly fish tanks. GT Aquatics. Yeah, man. Hemp t-shirts are the most comfortable shirt I've ever worn. Man, it takes about a year of washing for a hemp shirt to be comfortable for me. I fucking hate the feeling.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily the washing. I think it's the wearing.
Right.
That, acclimatizes your shirt to your body. Because there's certainly other fabrics out there that are like that as well. And hemp being such a rigid, tough fabric, I think it does take a little bit of contact with the human body for quite some time before it does become a super comfortable thing.
How's this for cool? Our CSIRO, our Supreme Scientific Community in Australia, have worked out how to genetically color cotton.
Genetically color it?
Yeah.
Well, Big Dye is going to be furious.
Absolutely. Dyes are very toxic things to our environment, and the sooner we can clean that up through genetics, the better we're going to be off. They've got a golden strain, which is basically a yellow, a blue strain, and a purple strain already worked out. And this is the first year of colonization of the Petri dishes. But it is working. We've got pre-dyed, genetically dyed cotton. And they had a strain that had elasticity, so no more chemical breakdown of old clothes that you chuck out, fucking with the environment. Maybe one day we're going to live in a future where we have stretchy cotton rather than using plastics.
Yeah, rather than cotton mixed with lycra to make it a little bit stretchy.
Yeah, polyester and lycra, yeah.
Yeah, I can't do polyester. If I wear polyester, I sweat like a demon and I stink after like an hour or two.
Yeah.
So bring that on for sure. I need a nice stretchy shirt to cling to my boobs.
Give you some lift, maybe.
One day, perhaps. One day, perhaps. My pea-sized bladder is telling me it's time to go and wrestle a crocodile again.
I might piss as often as you, but I do a little bit more sneakily than you.
You what?
I do it more sneakily. I just sneak off camera. You fill in the space. Way easier for me.
It's become a bit of a gimmick to go and wrestle a crocodile. So that's what I do.
Man, you better win. Give me a canine. Rip it out of his head.
But I might should I put some background music on while I'm gone?
If it's original, otherwise the stream could get shut down.
Yeah, I don't play any other music other than my own on this stream.
My bag of magic is empty. I must go grab a beer. Excuse me as well. I'll be back.
Moo Brew. Ooh, dark ale. I really like that can. See you, Chevy. Take it easy. Jurr.
Sure.
That's one of my son's initials. And my mum's.
It's the draft. A lager. A dark lager.
But no one expected a bit of boogie woogie honky tonk kind of music, did they?
No. Oh.
You know, we play all kinds of music here. I'm potentially going to need to find me a driver to drive me down to the shop. I think I may have overdone the beverages. You know, I mean, it's only a crime if you get caught, but still.
Who wants to get caught?
Exactly. Techno Western. I like it. Yeah, it's a little bit techno-y. But, you know, still mine. I did it. I did it all by myself. Now I'm seeing all these other names in these music lists that I don't remember. So I'm just going to see what they mean, see what they do. Good old MIDI, good old keyboards. It's probably too loud now. No one can hear us talking. Drop it down to a bit of background. Oh, damn it. I'm not answering that phone call right now, people. Oh, it's such a good view. Such a pleasant backyard. You could just be in the Fijian jungles living there.
And more tropical.
C23, I believe not at present. I believe she was waiting for a couple of more payments to be made by people, and so she could just go and do it all in one big bunch. So fingers crossed she comes to my house tomorrow so we can get all that sorted, mate. Certainly, one thing we have to refine is our getting stuff organised and getting stuff sent out as soon as it's bought, sort of thing. But it's very, very difficult when the artist lives way out in the hills, far from civilization. Bing, bing, bing. Bam, bam. Is this the one out of the blue can?
It's the draft, the junior.
The JR, right. How's he go?
Pretty tasty. Hoppy as fuck. But yeah, a definite.
Did you say hoppy as fuck?
Berry as fuck, yeah.
C23 getting toey for his artwork. I'll go and have a look at your package, Kirk. I'm pretty sure she's got them piled up in my room there somewhere. If it's got everything in there that she needs to be in there, I'll go and send it out tomorrow myself. I've got to go to the post office tomorrow, post some stuff off to Thirsty. So, you know, I'll go and try and fill out all of the appropriate paperwork and get yours sent off to Clarence. How intriguing, though, that half of the songs that I've been playing end with a massive amount of dead air at the end of them. That's wild. Must investigate my MP3s of my own music. Anyway, we've probably been here for long enough, potentially, unless there's anything else you need to talk about. I'll probably need to go and do a few laps of the paddock and 275 push-ups before I can capably drive. But I do need to get to the shops because this is basically empty. And, you know, booze and stuff, maybe some food. Which one did you get, C23? Well, I don't know if she's written on any of the envelopes, but I can, potentially at least send you a photograph of it on the Instagram or something. So at least you can, alleviate some of her trepidation or worry. Seriously need a mustache trim too. I keep eating my mustache hairs, chewing on them. It's a good sign that they're getting a little bit long when you're chewing on them half the night.
Yeah. You don't want to get
Anyway,
that shit.
You got any other good stuff to tell us, Beast, or shall we just end this here and run away on a highlight?
We can end it on a highlight. Today is Wednesday, the 1st of July, right?
Tis.
So a week ago, our governmental health minister reckoned that the importation of nicotine or nicotine-containing liquids should be illegal with a $220,000 fine. A bunch of me and a couple of thousand other people got on the phone, got out our computers and sent emails, and we absolutely fucked off this decision using democracy in action. And we made the health minister back down. We got in on 2 particular members of parliament and made them concerned with our cause. And then within 24 hours, vaporize.com.nz, which is the location where a lot of people get their liquid nicotine from, they shut up shop. Their website got so many hits that it practically melted servers and they had to shut down. They were forced to shut down. So they made at least $1 million in 24 hours just from the fear shock of Australia not being able to import their nicotine. But we've got to win. We got this dickhead's idea punched out, and in 6 months' time, it's going to start again. So if you give a shit about people who are ex-smokers who have turned to vaping, you got to look at and remember that anything that happens in Australia could happen to anywhere else. We get used as a
yardstick,
social experiment.
Yeah, I did mean to raise that in conversation because I remember that you spoke about that last week, and I was going to ask where we were up to with it, because obviously it is a subject that would have, a fairly large social ramification to a lot of people after the whole smoking tax debacle, that a lot of people went on to the vaping and stuff, and then they're going to make that illegal. What? So people are forced back into tobacco smoking again. So they reap their massive taxes from that. So yeah, I did. Thank you for bringing that up again too, because I was going to ask you about that, where we're up to. And
you know where the increase on taxation for tobacco and alcohol came from?
No, hospitals.
Well, yeah, hospitals, but people involved with the medical trade. But they're not. The medical trade isn't necessarily hooked up with the sociological understanding. And I can guarantee you, in Australia, there's been that many physical fights started by who smoked the last cigarette, and there's none left in Australia, in certain places all over the country. The fights over who has the last cigarette or where does the next cigarette come from, taxing it so heavily is actually contributing to violence,
societal violence. Yeah, I totally agree.
It's got to be stopped. It's not just cigarettes; it's alcohol too, or any drug for that matter. nothing should be taxed so heavily. It's just wrong. If it gets used socially, you like to think that the government's been involved in societal violence for so many generations, just in Australia alone. You've got to wonder, like, the taxation on especially the main targets of societal violence. It's ridiculous. In Australia, I think we're over a 50% taxation rate on the substance.
And I think the governmental bodies do selectively ignore the benefits to products like that, the role that they play in society, and to, you know, keeping people passive and indoors and whatnot. And as soon as they don't have those things, or they have to pay too much money for those things, then yeah, shit goes down. People get a little bit leery.
They get upset. They fucking do stupid shit. But like, to try and get it through the people who've supported its heads and say, if you dumped all taxation on cigarettes and alcohol, you'd see a legitimate downturn in abusive activity and domestic violence. Bang. If you made everything cheaper, that means there's food on the table as well as alcohol. No worries.
Yeah, because it might not be the fact that, you know, Steve's got a belly full of booze and that's going to make him cranky and beat the crap out of his missus. It might be that he hasn't had a decent few slices of toast in the last few days with his Vegemite on them to be comfortable and happy. It might be those other things that are lacking because he has to pay so much tax on his booze and his ciggies. Yeah, they don't think deep enough. They don't go deep into the darkness. It's a blanket approach. Yes, we do this and it will fix everything. So easy when you're in a white tower in a suit and tie. So yeah, well, that's certainly very good to hear about the imports of that stuff, so you can continue to vape in style for the next few months anyway, until it comes up again.
Yeah, but we're open to negotiation, but as a extreme force of internet activity, never before in our history as a nation have we had internet plus chemical addiction added together with activism.
Yeah.
Within 24 hours, we got a petition signed, I think at least 8,000 times. To have over that amount of support in under 24 hours is considered fucking ridiculously fast. Like, no one's ever done it before.
Well, it's good to see. I mean, people certainly are very rapid nowadays to jump on human rights issues and stuff like that. And it's, you know, it's good to see a solid one get through.
Yeah. It's not going away. It's going to...
Yeah. And good remindering as well, GRB. I was saying earlier on my Redbubble store, I put a new Scunge Princess. I mean, it's not a new design. It's an old picture, but it's new to my Redbubble store. A Scunge Princess shirt up, and I made the price on it as cheap as I could make it. So feel free to go and check out the Redbubble and get yourself a Scunge Princess t-shirt. Also, if there's been pictures in the past you've seen of scungy art that you like, we might be tempted to chuck up a few more new shirts and whatnot. One of the joys of Redbubble as well is that I can upload artwork to it, and it's available on so many different objects: coasters, clocks, cushion covers, tote bags, all sorts of random crap you can get a picture that you like on. So feel free if there's anything that you want to see in a Redbubble store that you'd pay money for. I'll take the time to put it up. No worries at all. Hit me up. Let me know. I have got a few shirts off the Redbubble already myself. One of them I can't find though, which is kind of troubling because I really enjoy wearing that shirt. But yeah, there's shirts and the prints seem to be quite good quality, and I believe they ship from San Francisco as well as Australia, so shipping shouldn't be as nasty as Teespring shipping for Australians. Bright Brewery.
Lager.
They use that good snow water.
Oh, yeah. No glaciers in Australia. Bit of a disappointment. Would have liked to live in a nation that had glaciers.
Norway's not too far away. It's only on the complete opposite side of the planet.
I'll put it to you that even though there's humans that have been here for very long, we as Australians have suffered an ice age at some point that scoured the land with glaciation that just destroyed any evidence of a long-term civilization.
Yeah, they were obviously here 50,000 years ago.
And a glaciation cycle has been within that period.
Yeah.
I'm getting in trouble now.
You're getting frowned at through the kitchen window.
How many beers have you had?
What, are you supposed to be cooking dinner tonight or something?
No, but there's a lot of cans. I've been through quite a lot of beers. But there's one Red Bull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm up to my 10th beer. And I haven't been here from the start. What's my problem?
Yeah, well, you were going quite rapid. I did notice that, and I was trying to keep up at one stage, and then I thought that could be rather erroneous on my behalf.
Yeah, that would fuck you. Yeah.
But you know, if you're feeling like arm wrestling M into driving you into town, pick me up on the way.
But no, I'm done for that.
That would be probably more fraught with risk than drinking more beer. But anyway, let's call it quits there and pull the pin. Feel free, everyone, to visit my Redbubble store. It's not that exciting. Teespring also is not that exciting. But more importantly, thanks to all you humans that have been hanging out this long with us. Again, we've gone quite a considerable period of time, 4 hours and a little bit. Today I was like going to do an hour stream. I'll do an hour stream, then I'll go and do some other stuff. Seems that every time I say that kind of stuff to myself, I end up here for 4 or 5 hours. So I should potentially stop saying those kind of things at the start of a stream. But anyway, everyone who's been here hanging out, appreciate your time and presence. Always good to touch base with you humans and get a feel for what's going on around this unstable planet of ours, full of unstable human beings. Thanks for hanging out, and everyone else for also hanging out. Behave yourselves. We'll see you out there on the YouTubes. And if we don't see you out there on the YouTubes, we'll see you right back here in a week's time, or a little bit less than a week because we've been going for 4 hours. So a week minus 4 hours, we'll see you again. Thanks, everyone. Take it easy. Thanks, Beast. Always good to sit and chat and drink with you, whether we're a metre away or 1,476 metres away.
Yeah. Or the ping back to the server and back.
Yeah, that's wild, isn't it? Yeah. And do you have any final words for the viewers out here?
Look after yourselves. Make the best decisions. Do the right thing. Live life and prosper.
That's a shirt right there. All of those 4 things, someone print them out on a shirt. You'll sell 1 million shirts. So thanks, everyone. Love yous loads. Appreciate your friendship and your presence. Look after yourselves. I might just, I'll be another dicky thing, and I'll just put on a song to send us out to the... Did I play that one earlier? Probably not. Anyway, a little bit of music never goes astray. Take care, everyone. We'll see you soon. Did I play this one? I'll take that as a no. Peace, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. See you all next time.